give it visibility as much as possible, and play my role. So if I am doing my own role, if he is not doing or doing his own role, it does not affect what I am doing. And with that mentality, I just wish I can pass to many of us here today that please, whatever Peter Obi is doing or not doing should not affect what you are doing or should not be doing. Whatever you think you can do, because if Peter Obi become president tomorrow and Nigeria start getting better, go and begin, come meet Peter Obi, go to Thanksgiving for a house, or come meet me. It is working for you. Nigeria will work for you and your family, not for me. Anything, he does not owe me a dime or anything. I always remember with him. I don't know him from Adam. The same way he came on space, same way every other politician come on space here. That is how I see it. So I'll never for one day come and put extra burden. Oh, Peter Obi has to. Oh, Peter Obi has to. So that not the day that probably I don't. Let me not say this. What I want to say. Let me keep that one down. I'll say that one later. But let them say the day I cannot do what I have to do, I will not be waiting for one man, a human being like me, that have blood flowing in his veins like me, that think like I do, that eat like I do. He's just one human person. Please, it is important I put this out there. All right, guys, thank you very much for joining us. We'll open up the floor right now. I just want to thank you all for joining as always. Please share the space, as we always say. Let's get the conversation up and running. Thank my brother Jimmy for joining us. Thank you, Nigeria. Please come out. I really want to get your take on Edo State. My Edo people, please come and request the mic and tell us more about the great works Obaseki has done in his 8 years and how you guys want to reward his godson, because he has done so well for Edo State and his godson deserves to be rewarded. Or if indeed he has failed Edo State woefully and you guys have nothing or want to have anything to do with PDP, the floor is open for everybody. Welcome to the Violence Space. Welcome, Nigeria. Let me see the mic to you. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome to everybody in the Violence Space. Thank you very much, Saddam. Before I go on, I think I have a special number. I'll just play very short. It's very. If nobody talk about you, then you are nobody. When I do, then talk on a lie. If nobody talk about you, then you are nobody. Yep. If nobody talks about you, I don't want to play it for so long because of our YouTube channel. That's if nobody talks about you, you are really nobody, to be honest. I mean, a lot that is happening currently, and greetings to everybody on the space. Let me quickly greet all our people. Greetings if you are just joining, you're welcome. It's Violence Space, and let me remind you guys again. Go ahead and repost the space. It's quite simple. Just go to the comment section on your bottom right corner. Then you can click the repost button there. Or you could click the share and copy the link and post it. So let's in case if you forgot, maybe you're just joining us and you forgot about it. Let's go ahead and do that. So like I was saying, the truth is that for me, the fact that there are a couple of people that participated in this election, right? There are so many other candidates that participated in the 2023 election. I said this thing on Tuesday, and I was very clear about it. Peter Obi, as he stands, is more, and I'm not even saying obedient popularity. I'm talking about Peter Obi's personal popularity. Peter Obi is more popular as he stands than Bola Tinubu and the APC themselves. Totally, like as a single person, Peter Obi is more known, right? So the truth is that if Peter Obi was not someone to reckon with, that's why I had to play that song. If nobody really talks about you, you are not. The only reason why a lot of people talk about Peter Obi, and why I like the way it happens is that a lot of these people are people that have also talked about, that have worshipped him in time past. Not to mention him, I think there are tweets, there are posts, there are videos of these people that have worshipped, like literally worshipped Peter Obi in time past. So you know, I'm not really bothered about the attack. And like I said on Tuesday, I'm just glad that Peter Obi is someone with the right skin for this game. It's someone that has like the right. He as well is not perturbed. He's more interested. You know, I saw the press conference, you know, yesterday. I watched that press conference, and you see a man that has just passion for you see a man that has just passion for his country, for humans, for human beings. So, to be honest, it's difficult. It's really difficult not to dislike someone like a Peter Obi. So it's not sometimes I understand when these people, not like I think they make any sense, but I just see them as being. It's pretty. You can't if you're a politician. If you're a politician, you're into politics. You can't see a Peter Obi and like a Peter Obi represents everything that you cannot be. I mean, the truth is that even for some of us that are not politicians, some of us never even touch better money. We never even, you know, some of us now maybe you just get 5,000 followers, 20,000, 10,000, 50,000 followers. Every nobody go hear word for X. You are talking about a man that has laid hands on billions. I was talking billions as of when, you know, Nigerians don't understand what billions, the number of zeros in billion. So this is a man that has seen it, been there, done that. It's difficult to have, to be honest, and it's not, I mean, some people think I'm a little bit too hyped about Peter Obi. For someone like, I'm naturally it's very difficult to impress someone like me. I'm a very difficult person to impress because for everything you are trying to do, I just read you and, you know, I probably give, if you're arrogant, I probably just say this person is not worth it. But the truth is that I am personally, you know, I see some Peter Obi is like that perfect combination, someone that has done well in the private sector, gotten to the point of being the chairman of a bank, not just a bank. Do you people know? Let me just put it like this. Do you people know that the current CBN governor was once a chairman of a bank that has failed today, a failed bank, but it's the correct CBN governor. If a failure, someone that failed as a bank chairman. So you have a Peter Obi that succeeded in running a bank that is, you know, everybody tries to be one of the, at least, you know, you can't name maybe the top 5 bank or in Nigeria today without naming the bank that he was chairman over. Then you marry that to the couple of fathers that he has done something. Then he now became governor and became the best of his kind, as in the best of governors in his time. Come on. Some of us, the person where they carry first for our class or school, we don't like her. Then you people want, okay, all of a sudden now you people want all these politicians to not like Peter Obi. So for me, I understand. I think the only people that attack Peter Obi that I feel, I understand it for this other to attack him because I feel like Peter Obi represents everything that they can never be. If you notice, the only set of people that try to even, you know, point out to Peter Obi, someone like maybe Donald Duke, are people that have to be someone like Donald Duke, like someone that has manageably even gotten to an extent, and not even, you know, 100%, like got to an extent, got to that pinnacle of, you know, good leadership. So believe me, it's perfectly okay if these guys don't like him. But my problem is with you, who is dying in severe, in the word of someone like Faris, in severe poverty. You are dying in very severe poverty. I think you normally that cannot qualify to be Peter Obi's houseboy or house girl, and you are here with your 1 or 2 megabyte data, and you'll be insulted. So I just look at this one like, it's quite sad. Like this is the height of mental slavery. As in, you're here on a normal day, any normal place in the world. Peter Obi is someone that, I mean, even if he's proud, even if I said this some days back. I said what Peter Obi is doing currently in the north. Even if Peter Obi did not go himself, maybe just gave, thank God Dr. Mo is here, just gave people like them, you know, Dr. Mo, Ibrahim, a couple of people, Malam Jabir, and say, okay, you know, I want to do something in the north, you know, how much, just do some feasibility study, tell me how much it will cost, I'll send you the money, go and do it. I'm very busy, I don't need to be. If you had done that, he would have still been like, a near perfect person, because this is something that even the reps, their governors don't normally do. When you talk about someone that is putting his money and putting himself, it's why when I see people that focus more on quote unquote, maybe what you can say maybe is a limitation or maybe a shortcoming. I know people have like suggestions every now and then, maybe we should do this better and all that. But when I see people that and for me, those kind of suggestions are welcome, and I know that someone like Peter Obi or people around him go around the TL and say some of these things and put, because some of the times we've seen some of the things that we complain about, even about Peter Obi. We remember before the elections when we say, Peter Obi go, they use camera, they use phone, they snap pictures, we go complain. At some point, they changed it. You understand? So we see some of those changes. But for me, if someone becomes fixated on that, like that becomes, hey, this is the problem. Without this problem, oh, it's finished. We are all dead. I just like, you don't really know. Because what this man is doing, first of all, it doesn't owe anybody. Atiku right now, I don't even know where Atiku is. I can't even categorically say. Even Tinubu, I don't know where Tinubu is right now. But we all can say, oh, we know Peter will be somewhere in the north. We know, okay, yesterday said he was going to Onitsha. We know next week he'll most likely be somewhere else in the north. I think you have that kind of person, and but like I said, I mean, the fools here or the fools here are really people that allow themselves to be used. For me, that's how I see it. And the people, because I don't expect all these politicians to like him. I don't expect Tinubu to like Peter Obi. I'm very sorry. I don't expect Wike to like Peter Obi. So it represents what they can never be. So it's okay. For me, I feel like it's okay if they don't like him. It's okay. In fact, the fact that they don't like him is for me for that guarantee of Peter Obi's integrity. Because if some of these people loved him and they like frolicking around him all the time or keep singing the praise, like, this man they do something behind closed doors we will not see. So the fact that they really don't like him, but they can't help it because you can't see such a person and don't talk about it. So I'll just leave that on that. For whatever is happening to Naira, I said it on Tuesday that I really wouldn't want to talk about it so much, right? But it's still on the advert, like Saddam said. Keep your Naira close. Keep your dollar and euro and pounds closer. Someone was telling me this evening about, oh, hey, yeah, somebody sad. Oh, he went to sell about $4,000 that she had, blah, blah, blah. She was afraid that the money would go down, down, down. I just told her, I was like,
when I did that table, but continue.
See, I told the person that was not I don't know why that person did that, because I was like, see, the truth is that if these people in power were doing something intelligent, and that was why, like, they were doing what they were supposed to do. We've said it 1,000,001 times. The only way the Nigerian's currency can gain value is simple, from consumption to production. There is really, really, really no other way. I'm sad it's like that. I wish it was not. I wish there was a way to really do it. So the only sustainable way for this currency, for the Nigerian economy, as it stands, as devastated as Buhari has placed it, to gain any value, it is consumption to production. You can attempt to do many other things it's also sad that Nigeria is a place where propaganda thrives. It's fine. It is. You can try to do every other things to deceive people, but there's no. I'll tell the person, I said, the truth is that if I had dollar, or rather, I did not change any, money I had, because I know that, if it is true, no one it will reflect in every other thing. If I don't have any problem with currency being down. For me, if let me put it like this, maybe how do I put it now? Dollar was changing for 1,800, and I can change $100 and get 180,000, I think, right? And that 180,000 that I get, I can buy my rice, 80,000 bag of rice for my mom or my grandma or my people. No problem. But if the money now also come down and the bag of rice also came down with it, I will not have any problem, because it's the same thing I was doing before. So I told her, like, it was not wise, because the only indicator you needed to know was that the prices of things were not going down. That's all you needed to know. If the prices of things were going down, you now say, okay, let me quickly change it so that I can have bigger money, so that I can now have a high purchasing power when prices have now fully gone down. I would have said, okay, maybe you're trying to be wise. But for me, it's not. So it's not something to be happy about, but it just goes a long way to further buttress the fact that you can't give what you don't have. You can't give what you don't have. And lastly, for what is happening in Edo State, I left. So from 2016, I think, or late 2015, thereabout, till now, I have lived in Benin less. Before then, my entire life, I've lived in Benin, and I can tell you categorically, that Obaseki is the worst governor. And I'm sad saying this because I didn't really like Oshomole. So for me to really sit and think Oshomole was a better governor than Obaseki even makes me feel sad. I can tell you categorically that Obaseki is the worst governor that Edo State has ever had. Like, for me, it's okay if you're Lucky Benejo was a bad governor. Was bad, right? But he doesn't try to pretend that he's a good governor. He accepts that he's a bad governor. And in that being a bad governor, he tries to, I think the problem we had with Lucky Benejo was that he assigns project, but because they've shared the money, because they've everybody, it's more like, I assign project to, let's say, RCC or Julius Berger, and they've had to give me my share. The contractor that they came through has collected the share. They then to feel like, well, we don't really need to do this. Then they just go ahead and do substandard or not even do it at all. So during the time of Lucky, what we had in Edo State is a lot of projects that you see signboard there that the project has been, especially road, that it has been, even in my area, there were places that were awarded, was never done, and nobody would chase them. So when Oshomole came, the first 2 years of Oshomole's governorship, Oshomole used it to do the things to, how let's say it now, to threaten the contractors that did not do their project during Lucky, and they were doing their project. A lot of Edo people did not understand this. So to a lot of Edo people, Oshomole was working, right? But they didn't really know that Oshomole was not spending any money. But what Oshomole presented to us was that, oh, because for this work I'm doing, Edo does not have any money again. So like he milked Edo dry, like the taxing, the Oshomole. It's one reason why, that's when I knew that this APC's use of suffering on the people is a political ideology. That's why I don't totally agree to say, oh, political parties don't have ideology. I feel like APC has a political ideology, or everybody associated with APC, they have a political ideology. Our political ideology is really to make people, let me not say Nigeria, if it's a state governor, the political ideology is really to make the people suffer so much so that when they get a little, they will appreciate. And that's what has happened in Nigeria over time. As in, they make you suffer. APC deprives you so much so that by the time they give you so little, so you see people on the TL celebrating about some bags of palliatives. It's APC's modus operandi. They make you suffer, they deprive you so much. Where you are supposed to be, like where you should be living like a king, they starve you so much so that the day they will give you Gary, you will celebrate that, they've given me Gary to drink. That's APC's modus operandi. So Shomole also did us a little bit of that in Edo State. But while I was doing that, I'll give it to what he was doing a lot of things. But you see this Obaseki. It's why, if you notice, me, I've told you that in this election, I'm not looking at CV. In fact, I'm not looking at competence and capacity. The only thing I'm looking for is character. Because in Edo State, all these people that are forming competence and capacity, they be scam. In fact, if you go to say Olumide competence for me, I feel even start a verse for you. It's the only thing I'm looking for is character. And the only reason why I believe Olumide has that is the fact that he can even associate with a party that Peter Obi is in. That's enough for me. Because you see Obaseki is a scam. Because he's so useless, he's not doing anything, but he paints this picture on paper. He paints a very huge picture on paper. That's why they call him MOU governor. everything he's doing is on paper. On paper, Edo State, Johnny Obaseki. If I was viewing Edo from afar, I would have said, this man is a really good governor. But I will see all these things on paper. Me, I'll go Edo. I will see people they suffer. Like people are suffering. You want to go somewhere, like someone said some space back in Edo, if rain fall and it rains a lot. If rain fall, as in you need to factor in rain when you are doing your plans at every point in time. So Obaseki, like I said, it's a this, and let me just say, conclude with this. Like you said, Saddam, Olumide Abata was right. Obaseki came to take Edo State's debt profile from, increase it by almost 100% from where he left it. And this is both, external and local and external debt. From where he left it, in such a way that currently on external debt, it's only 2 states that is not. Edo State is the current 3rd most indebted state, external debt. There's only 2 states that pass Edo State in that external debt, and it's Lagos and Kaduna. Of course, you now understand why Uba is looking for Erufai everywhere. So after those 2 people is Edo State. And you will take this debt, you will go to Edo State, you see everything is now packaging. Let me just like very, very serious scam. So now the scam now invest me. I understand if you are a bad governor, you just act like just okay, I'm really bad. I don't try to pretend as if I'm a very good governor. But not going to popo me, not going to do like say, don't going to give me paperwork up and down. When in reality, you come and say, oh, you're giving health insurance. When in reality, there's no reasonable clinic where people can go and use that health insurance. Who they play? As in, you come and just do some paperwork in our friends. So I beg, Obaseki, and this coming from me that even follows on paper. Me, I follow a paperwork where I for nothing a scam now. The few times where I don't go there, I don't stay to see with my eyes. Not even few times. I've almost every year I've been sometimes 3-4 times. To see with my eyes how bad is this is what I've told, and it's what I've used to tell some of all these people. The best way, the worst way for you to want to sell a PDP candidate is through Obaseki. Obaseki is a total failure. That's just the fact. A total failure. The worst governor Edo State has ever had. And it's quite sad because Edo State has not had maybe the best of governors before. So to say someone is the worst among the worst is quite unfortunate. But now, Saddam, over to you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. That was it was your perspective on Edo I really wanted to hear. So you're saying Obaseki is the Ikpazu. He's the Ikpazu of Edo State.
No, I think Ikpazu, they pretend. You go just say don't give people, he give pregnant women 500. He build Mr. Beast. He doesn't try to use paperwork. Obaseki go use paperwork. Let the verse pass. You want to use Yahoo. You want to be guying guys. I said, don't say.
He go speak English.
He go speak English or top. Now the best.
Oh my brother, thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Welcome to the VawulenceSpace. I have almost my speaker section. The speaker section is filled with. You see, speaker section right now can fix Nigeria, and I'm saying this with all humility that the speaker section I have right now are filled with eminent Nigerians, the most brilliant of minds. And I see many of you requesting for the mic on that. Brilliant people. Please, we're going to have about this. I don't, as I see to this place, they talk to plenty. Thank you guys for joining us. I missed today, Dr. Mo. Thank you so much for coming out today. Bolale, I see you. Somebody sent me a DM and said that I need to learn over 30 Nigerian languages so that I'll be greeting Nigerians in over 30 languages. I don't know how possible that is, but I think we all understand English. So I say thank you all for coming out today on the VawulenceSpace. I see you all. Thank you, Mr. Oberry is back here. If you're on the VawulenceSpace last week Thursday, and you heard this man speak last week Thursday, please, if you are here, just let me have some emojis. Let me know that whether I was the only one, whether that rem is still only on my body. And please, if you felt what we felt last week Thursday, let me see some emojis for that man. He's here again. And we invited someone extra fire again because on Thursday Spaces we want to be having intellectual debates, intellectual conversations, while we can have our Bass Boost more on Tuesdays. And Mr. AA. Mr. AA is also here, and today is actually built for him. Well, Nigeria has always talked about this man. I have heard him speak, a very brilliant mind also. We'll be sharing insights on what's happening in the country today. I see my sister Sweet Child, another brilliant man from Edo State. Hey, the guy I was talking about. Oh my guy, I'm your fan. You don't know me, but I'm your fan, Mr. Zakiri Idris. Thank you for joining us on the platform. My brother Mike, Ogene Polonium, Mommy Bolale, amazing people up here. Jimmy, God bless you guys. Guys, let's have a wonderful conversation today. I just can't wait for everybody to put in their inputs today. We're going to start from Edo State. So I will please seek your indulgence, Mr. Obiari and Mr. AA. Let's have our Edo people and just probably the first 30 minutes of this segment, we'll have our Edo people, just talking about Edo State. Then I will bring you guys into it, the second segment of the space, because I know you guys will come in from the economical aspect with Mr. AA, which is where I really want to sit down. You said so many things last week that today is happening. Like, if you had opened your church last week, this week now you will be come and see, come and see. That for the sick for your church today, because everything you said last week, many of things happening right now, and we are here to testify. But let's go back. Jimmy, I will bring you in right now. I don't know if you're ready. If you're not, we roll the mic. Jimmy, are you ready, please, my brother? You'll be falling off.
I am actually, but let the Edo people speak. I want to hear more about them, and I want to learn from Mr. AA and Obiari today, please.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. All right, I think we'll just open up the space right now with our ladies as usual. The mommy of the house, Mommy Bolande. Good evening. How are you doing today? You have the space in 5 minutes. Well,
Oh my
please
goodness.
circle back to you.
Good evening. I'm all right, thank you. How are you? Well, meaning, how are you? I hope you're doing okay.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
yeah. It's a Thursday. I was excited. I'm like, hey, there's space today. Now I am making it a point of duty to ask beforehand to make sure there's space so that I can set up my day properly. But yeah, no, I hope everyone is okay. Good evening from my side. Yeah, nah, the I'm not gonna talk on everything because I feel like when it comes to Edo State, Edo lights can talk, we will follow them. And I am so interested in hearing what our guests are going to talk about today again. But one thing I do feel like I need to talk about is one thing I do feel like I need to talk about is PO attacks. And one minute you took most of it out of my mouth because, right, it's at the end of the day, right, if PO wasn't hitting the mark, they won't be attacking him. So let's be very clear about it, that the concerted attacks that he has been receiving on social media is because by himself, where he's unlocking the north. And they know that the thing about Northerners is once they make their mind up, cry as much as you want, they will stick to their principles on it. And so they're thinking, if this man has started this in 2024, by 2027, right, we will try and buy votes, and it won't be possible. We will try and convince them using religion, and it won't be possible. They've established that the man just loves Nigeria and wants to make sure that everybody, right, that the country works for us. It's important to note. Need a coherent strategy in dealing with the BS. Yeah, we do. It's in hand. That can be sorted out. So I'm not overly worried about it, because what we have been able to do over the last 2 years in many ways is shown us how versatile we are. whilst yeah, we can be reactive at times, but sometimes, we do sit back and consider issues and then put something in place, which is always fantastic. But PO is generating enough content for us to be fully engaged for 365 days a year. Right. And I guess in a way, if we have a coherent approach to it, we will do what we need to do on social media and off social media. Right. So I am not worried. Entire Plunges used to send money to Nigeria. Right. When the Naira was gaining against the pounds, right, she was doing like 2 posts a day. Today, no, she done 4. Right. And I saw each time, it's going back up again, which obviously I'm sure I guess is going to speak to, because he said it, when you're defending the Naira, you're borrowing money to get Forex, and you're defending the Naira, you're not allowing supply and demand to determine where it should sit, right? You're not allowing that because on top of everything else, you think you're going to be able to rule by propaganda. These people are just so funny, right? You've done nothing to improve stuff in Nigeria. We've got nothing to import. We've got not basically we're stuffed, right? So seeing that happen today, I remembered what I guess said on I was like, oh my god, yeah, he's coming back. So it will be interesting to see the take he has on that. Right. So I have spoken a whole lot today on various things, and I was going to keep my submission short, so I'm going to end it here. Let me yield back to well meaning at this point.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Monvi. Thank you very much. I mean, like you said, man, I'm not what PO is doing is enough to hit PO. All right, again, welcome to everybody. Mr. Barry, I can see you. Dr. Mo. Dr. Mo, you are going to stay here today. You are going to close. You are going to start and end this space with us today. So just say, but I mean, let's hear from so I'll just so we can talk a little bit about the Edo. So let's have basically two Edo a couple of Edo people proceed, then we'll come to Barrister AA. Like Saddam said, Barrister AA is someone I personally respect a lot. All right, quickly, I'll just go. Let me quickly take Switchard. I know sometimes you probably struggle with networks. Switchard, how is your governor doing?
Hey, you mean my governor Olumide like Apata? He's doing very well.
I mean your governor Obaseki.
No, I don't know that one. No, I don't know who you are. You know, our governor now. Forget Obaseki. We know what, and that is why we are ensuring that it will not stand. It's actually very funny when we even see PDP coming out to cry on Monday. If you know Monday is APC, telling Monday, oh, it's bringing back godfatherism. Whereas PDP are the actually people that bringing back godfatherism with full force. ASO is not just for Obaseki. ASO is for what's this man's name? Igbenedio. What's it? Oyeko. Do you know how many people lie behind ASO when ASO can't give royalties to before you think of the people? No, now. And like as Saddam said this is time for reset. It's actually very funny when we bring out receipt that is fresh from oven. Then you see neat tweets come out on space or rather on Twitter say, are you okay? That is why when I brought out this road on 19th Street, it's actually very annoying that even this road, when I was in Uniben back then in 2010, this road has been like, and it's still like, look at it, people who have been in Benin for a very long time, that road is still like that. And it's to Asus village. I can imagine how he's going there to go campaign. How they take waka, which time out you go take the people say, you know what, I want to ensure I go do one. The principal, the old principal, where don't they power for 8 years? We abandon the people, abandon all your promises. He not do anything. Like somebody said, PDP is known to be is known to be what promise and failed party, right? And we all know that PDP right now is in shambles. We all know that PDP right now is a useless party. Now, having a useless party, it is very sure to have useless members. It is very sure to have useless supporters, right? Because you can only be useless to support a political party that has decided to keep a oil-producing state in this manner. If you check the federal allocation given to each state, you'll find that say Edo na top 3 when they collect huge amount from federal government on a monthly basis. And look at what it is. You were saying something that we are owing close to 600 billion, right? This 600 billion that we have collected, what does it tell me? Do they correspond with the infrastructure in Edo State? The health, the education, they match? They don't. And if we're coming out to speak truth, if we're coming out to say Edo State deserves something better, Edo State deserves a governor that does not have godfatherism. Edo State deserves someone that do not say that does not have someone that you say, oh, I need to pay this person royalty, I need to ensure before I start taking of the people. No. This man that is actually coming to the people of Edo State, a man that has nobody behind him. He has never been a politician. He has seen that, you know what, if we leave Edo State in the hands of these criminals, forget it, will be actually 36 over 36. It's embarrassing now. Oil producing state will not get refinery. Oil producing state will not fulfill and say, you know what, we top probably top 5 for education. We don't near. Look at Abia State. Within 9 months, 9. It never reached 1 year. Look at the amazing things that they are doing. Does OT have 2 heads? Abi OT mama different from papa? And I don't understand. Is the OT different from the number? As in, maybe the blood where OT gets now blue. The one where we get now red. That's why we do rubbish. Please, we need a governor that follows the footsteps of OT. And OT is a member of Labour Party, same as Olumide. We've given chances, a whole lot of chances to APC. We've given a whole lot of chances to PDP, right? It is time to give a new party, Labour Party, the chance to rule and show other states that, you know what, we are better, way better than other political parties. I would like to yield you. I would like to take a whole lot of our time here because I would like Zachary here, Idris, to actually really, like Saddam said, he saw a post of him. If I tell you how I fell in love with Idris, you'll not even believe it. I saw a post. I said, who be this guy? On a WhatsApp. I said, who is this guy? I go find him. You know what person they dissect information like that. Anyhow, Sha, is it that you don't like me? Talking, you like to enter. Why now? Why?
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I thought I was your babe. Like, make I finish now. I don't like this, so I'm angry. Okay, now, thank you very much. I'll yield.
You agree with me. You want me to go settle up for Bar Palace? Anyway, thank you very much.
I will yield. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, but let me just quickly remind us again the obedient fitness work for Edo State for weeks. Olumide Apata is holding this Saturday. So there are different points, and the flyer is online. Like I said, like I pleaded last week. If kindly help to share the flyers as much as you can. Don't say you are not from Edo State. I was specifically last week about people on Facebook. They're on Facebook, I beg. And here our sister Naira Webuye. All those our people wait there, Weibo. Now Facebook they go camp. So please help us to share it on all those platforms. All right, I think I'll just quickly come to Zachary. We'll find a way to shuffle this to go around between the topics. So I'll quickly take let's on Edo State, then we'll come to we still have Dr. Onemeka. Like someone said, they're giving him doctor now. Dr. Onemeka and our big brother AA, then Dr. Mo, who is today is a co-host of the space.
I go interrupt you. No, they see a man for here. You wait me. I go find you.
You see this Edo man? You get your testy title. What is your title? Anyway, let's just quickly take Zachary so he can. You na
Thank you.
landlord for years. Stay with us.
Thank,
Make go ahead.
thank you very much for having me this evening. I am very honored, especially when I have to share a space with people I deeply admire. I've met Dr. Mo twice actually, in Abuja with our father, Charlie Boy, area father, not Charlie Boy. And then Obiariri is somebody I started following shortly, very recently, and he's doing a wonderful job, especially on Facebook Live. I follow him. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is actually a call to action. I want to beg us, I want to appeal that all of us, we begin to load up on our arsenals and come to Edo State, because Edo needs, what we need to do in Edo State is a rescue mission. If an American citizen is kidnapped, even if it's in Niger Republic, the Americans will send the best of their forces to come rescue their citizen that has been kidnapped. Edo State has fallen into I don't want to say this in respect to our Christian brothers and sisters, but whose agenda is diametrically what the average Edo man needs. Advocacy has always been about what the average Edo man. The average Edo man needs are very simple: social services, roads, education, transportation, healthcare, and a few other things, maybe money in the hands of those who do business. But what we've had is propaganda, propaganda, propaganda. Like I once said on national TV, it seems to me like there's a department in government whose job is to tell lies. Lying is an official policy of government. Like, you see white and they convince you that it is black. And if you disagree that it is white, you are considered an enemy of the state. I give you quick examples. In the year 2022, my governor presented a budget to the State House of Assembly. We didn't actually have a State House of Assembly then, because 14 of the 24 members of the State House of Assembly, remember the infamous midnight, how do they call it again? When you inaugurate a state assembly, midnight, when I remember, I'll say it. 10 persons were running the assembly in an assembly that should have 24. And in that assembly, they presented something called a budget. And in that budget, they had a subhead called economic enablers. And guess how much they voted for economic enablers? 60 billion naira. I cried and cried and cried and went on radio and I asked, what is the meaning of economic enablers? Because I, as a real estate agent or a business person, my economic enablers are not the same with somebody who is driving boat. The economic enablers of somebody driving boat is maybe good road and affordable spare parts. The same economic enablers is not applicable to a woman who is selling tomatoes in Uselu market. The economic enablers of the people selling tomatoes in Uselu market could be that our governor Obaseki should stop. Sweet child, I will still call him our governor for now, in obedience to the constitution, but he remains 5 months, so he will soon go. So I acknowledge that we have a new governor. We will have a new governor very soon. So the economic enablers of the person selling tomatoes in Uselu market could be that Mr. Governor should tell his goons, who are the people collecting tickets in Uselu market, or those who are from union in Uselu market, that they should let the poor breathe. The economic enablers of the person in Uselu market is different from the man who is organizing shows, or maybe the person who is an MC, maybe MC Casino or MC Edo Pikin in Edo State. So it's different. But our governor voted 60 billion. If there's anything that has happened in Edo State in the last 7 years, is opaqueness. The average person, if I, who is politically enlightened, is as confused as this about the budget of Edo State, I doubt what the average person will be thinking. We don't know. Even somebody talked about Oshomole earlier, that for him to even consider Oshomole good, for us, Oshomole is not like a messiah, because Oshomole built more than 10 6-lane or 4-lane or 8-lane road. This present government has been building Ekenwa Road for 8 years. And Ekenwa Road is 7.5 kilometers. Even if they were building 1 kilometer a year, they would have finished it by now. But they have not managed to finish it. But let's leave that. So 60 billion vanished into thin air. I give you another example. Edo State is the only state in Nigeria where our commissioners, our government appointees, and I know they can't say this because they are under the government, use boats to go to work. Now, somebody will ask me, do government not have vehicles? I'll explain to you. There is a concept called Move Monkey. Move Monkey is another name for something like boat, in-drive, or the other e-hailing services. Move Monkey, our government took all the government vehicles. Take, for example, your state government bought vehicles, 200, and gave it to boats. So you as a commissioner, if you need to go somewhere, you will book boats, which is Move Monkey in Edo. And Move Monkey will come and pick you and take you to where you want to go. And government will pay Move Monkey for coming to use government vehicle to pick you. So our government used money to buy government vehicle, gave it to a private consultant so that our government officials can patronize the private consultant and our government will pay money to the private consultant. This is the kind of fraud we are having to deal with.
Sorry, Mr. Zekiri, are the cars, are they used to move human beings or move monkey?
The name of the sorry, I'm laughing. The name of the e-hailing service is Move Monkey, but they actually used to move human beings who are staff or who are appointees of Edo State government. But it takes you to be a proper monkey to serve in this government. That's why they have SSA who are abusing people on social media. If you dare say a certain thing on YouTube, go on. I have interviewed on TVC once, not TVC, Arise, and then they all came and abused you. Once you disagree with the government, they all come and abuse you, and they are all SSAs under the government. So I think I've concluded that point. So now we have elections coming up very soon, and I want to appeal to us. We have to deploy our team A. We have to deploy our special forces. We have to deploy our SEAL team to come and rescue Edo, because the propaganda machine that Governor Obaseki has been oiled for 7 years. It was not just oiled, it is oiled with state resources. So you are not using Mobi, you are not using the regular Mobi, you are using Mobi A. Mobi A costs like 50K to service your car. They've been using Mobi A to service this machinery for the past 1 year, for the past 7 years. So I'm appealing to us, we have to come with our team A. Now, this is not about Olumide Akpata. I am not a fan of anybody. I am a student to everybody. I learn from everybody. This is about the soul, the body, the spirit of Edo State. I have just gone around Edo State on Civic Voices. If you come on my X, I'm trying to upload all the video on X now, but I was not on X. Thank God for Switchard. Switchard, God continue to bless you. She brought me here. I've been on TikTok and Facebook and Instagram. I went around Edo State. I went to 4 locations in Edo South, 4 locations in Edo Central, 4 locations in Edo North. For those who don't know, Edo is divided into 3, North, Central, and South. South is 56% of the population, Central is around 15% of the population, and North is around 26% of the population. Mix it up, it's around 90-something%, add the 100 to anywhere you like. And I spoke to people firsthand, and they confirmed to me that in the last 8 years, nothing has significantly changed in their life. And somebody said here that we owe 600 billion. I'm asking myself, where did we spend this 600 billion? The 19th Street, I think Richard mentioned 19th Street here. I live 4 streets away from 19th Street. As I am talking to you now, I can walk down to 19th Street. I can do a video in 19th Street. I can show you what 19th Street look like. I can carry my ring light and generator, tell any of my friends to carry generator and follow me. an on-ring light and show you what 19th Street look like. Now, if you go to TV Road is another sorry state. That is the only road that was started and completed by Obaseki. When it rains, your car needs to have amphibious features to be able to navigate TV Road. Now, this is Benin City. In Benin City, 5 markets got burnt in 2019 and 2020. As we speak, not one has been reconstructed. As a matter of fact, the market in MMWay, those who know the name should mention it here, the market in MMWay, the land has been fenced and it is now being recovered for government. The women who used to trade there have been driven away. Anybody who doubts it, call me tomorrow. We will drive to MMWay and see it for ourselves. It's there. Human beings that are there. We are not talking social media. You know, the biggest supporters of Obaseki are those who are in the diaspora, because he knows how to package. He knows. You see, I've been quarreling with Lagos people. Lagos people here, please forgive me, because my mentality it now begins to feel like everybody who lives in Lagos packages, because this man came to Edo for existence. Package us. You will be looking at something, but you'll be doubting it if it really exists. Now, let me take a step forward. We have the 2 biggest Edo State in Okpila. That's where my mother comes from. Mother. She's buried there. The people of Okpila cannot even access basic water. They don't have to drink. When I say the biggest factories, Bua cement factory is there. Dangote cement factory is there. They pay the highest taxes in Edo State. The people of Okpila cannot even have water to drink. I was in Okpila in December. I was in Okpila just about 3 weeks ago. In Aochi is the second, arguably, for the people from Edo Central, due respect, arguably the second most developed place in Edo State after Benin City. I don't know if any of us here can compare Aochi to Warri, because Aochi is to Edo State as Warri is to Delta State, because Asaba is the capital. Warri is the second city. You have Ugeli, you have Obiaruku, you have Agbo, you have all the other places. Aochi cannot even compare to Agbo in terms of infrastructure. All right? So you come to Ekpoma. I was in Ekpoma. I was interviewing a bikeman, and the bikeman gathered me and they were angry. They said, look at the road you came from, because they thought I was from government. And they said, look at the road you come from. Does it make any sense that a road like this will pass through the middle of Edo State? What did my governor do? They put a signpost there to inform us that this is a federal road. It is state government everywhere fix federal road. I can go on and on and on, but this is not a place to write the book of lamentations from the beginning. I have only come here for a call to action. I have only come here with an SOS. Save our soul. Deploy the best you have to come to Edo State. What they don't know, we will tell them. I am on ground. They can't touch me. You know, they drove one of our sisters, who is also very obedient, the one who did the video on 19th Street. She's my good friend, Mama P. They ran out of town recently. Mama P ran out of Edo State. I think Mama P was not in Edo State for almost 2 months. After they offered that money, she refused. They drove her out of town. You know, they wanted to arrest her. They can't touch me, you know, because me, I'm like, there's this animal that has fangs on the back. That's how it is. You can't really touch me. I am here. I will take you to where you want to go to. And my fight in this election is not out of too much love for Olumide Akpata, but it's out of hatred, disgust for the 7 years of retrogression. Like I like to say it, we have been moonwalking. If you know Michael Jackson very well, he will be going backward, but it seems like he's going forward. That's moonwalking. We have been moonwalking in the last 7 years. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I am very honored to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zekeri. That was just what you attended Uniben.
Yes, I attended the University of Benin, studied industrial mathematics.
Yeah, I actually think I know you in person, but that's fine. Well done. That's like.
I beg, just 1 minute, guys. Please follow this our brother. I don't know if you were blessed by his submission, but please follow him massively. You know, he's new on these Twitter streets, and voices like his needs to be amplified very, very well. Please follow him massively. Let us build his account for him up here. Thank you very much. And guys, please retweet the space, share the space. We are close to, I don't know how many on the platform, but our numbers in the retweet is low. Let's get our retweet buttons up and let's get our people into the building. Thank you very much. Please, guys, I see you guys requesting for the mic. My people, they request for the mic. I will bring Guna up. Please, let's just try and clear the space for other people to come up. We'll be doing Edo State now. Subsequently, from the next top of the hour, we'll be bringing in Dr. Mo is going to be telling us things from the PO's angle, insight stuff from the PO angle. Mr. Barry and Mr. AA will be sharing more insights on the economy on the platform today. Mike, calm down. You're coming up soon. All right, welcome, Nigeria. Back to you. Thank you.
Yeah. I was actually going to go to Mike. Mike, why did you run away from the mic? This is very unfortunate. But all right, quickly, I'll just take. I think Organ FAG. I don't know, but I'm sure maybe Organ FAG just want to make some comments. Organ FAG.
Okay, so I thought we were talking about Edo election because mine is just general. On the economy.
Your submission is more like generic here.
It's a general submission, not related to the Edo.
Go on.
Okay, just go ahead so we can.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. The truth is that I'm really sad about the obedient movement and the obedient in general. I'm really embarrassed. The truth is, at this point in time, a lot is happening in the country, and I thought that, okay, some people expect that, we move out, march, and do some certain thing. But me, I wasn't expecting that, because the fact is that what should we even move out to march against? There's so much happening. Is it bad economy? Is it kidnapping? Is it killing? How many should we move out to march? And if we move out to march, who is going to handle all these things? It's still these incompetent people. So it's just about them setting up committees and doing nonsense. So, but I had hopes. My hopes were high. But unfortunately, it's as if we are waking up on the wrong side of the bed. And I was really sad that someone came out to say, show me a school that Peter Obi built, and we are going to look for evidence. At this point of our life, we are going to look for evidence of what Peter Obi no build any school. Peter Obi no build any school. Peter Obi is a drug dealer. We want him. I can't believe we are looking for evidence at this point. To me, if Peter Obi is coming out for presidency 2027, if he comes out to campaign, I will not be happy. There are some things that we should leave behind. There are some things that we should have left behind. This is not coming to prove who Peter Obi is, who Peter Obi is not. Everybody know where they're there. So the way where we are waking up to, I'm not enjoying it. And I don't like what we're still trying to prove as if Peter Obi is a good man. Or no. We've done that level. We've gone past that level. I don't know what is really happening, and I'm not happy at what is happening. That we're still trying to sing Peter Obi's praises. We've done that one back. And even this 2027, the truth is that why I even talk about 2027, I'm glad that we're not really affected by that, the mentioning of 2027 again. I'm glad that we're aligning our thoughts to it. But it's not like we're going to win an election. We've done that already. It's just that the constitution states we're still a democratic state. And democratically, we have to in the next 4 years. So it's not like we're preparing to go and win one. We have done that already. The mindset should be what is coming up next. That should be the mindset. I don't know if, but the way I'm seeing it, the way we are waking up is as if we want to go and do another campaign or something. The mindset should be what is coming up next. That is why I want to ask everyone here. So I know it's not possible, but if $1 equals 1 Naira today, does that make everything right? We're talking as if we're going back and forth. The Naira increase, the decrease, we're exchanging word. 1 minute will be quiet, 1 minute. Let me round up. 1 minute we're quiet, 1 minute we're shouting, oh, the Naira. If the Naira equals 1 Naira and $1 today, does that make everything right? So it's like we're waking up on the wrong side of the bed. We should not. This is not time to prove Peter Obi right or prove Peter Obi wrong. This is the time for us. The main fact is that our voices were shut down. And we should go and discover if what they said was true. something happened. Let's one. Thankfully, if anything happens, Peter Obi will not say, let's wait for court. So if we are going to that 2027, we should go with the mindset of what is to come next. That is why I say February 25th, October 20, or whatever, when was the court case, we should shout aloud and celebrate this man. We should get up, make ourselves awake in preparation for what is coming next, not trying to prove Peter will be right or Peter will be wrong. That is not the mindset. I have a lot to say, but I guess the 5 minutes is over.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Organ FAG. Thank you very much for that submission. When you first started, I got to say where the carriers they go, but I mean I think at a point, and the points you made really makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. All right, quickly, I'll just go straight to please. Okay, I know they're doing on the speaker section, but so I can see that. Okay, let me just quickly take Comrade Solomon. Okay, this is what I'll do. Take Comrade Solomon. Sorry, Comrade Solomon. Wait, see Mike, don't come. Mike, you have the mic.
No coming now. Me where already they gather signature to impeach you from VawulenceSpace co-host session.
Oh yeah, now gather the signature.
You just say I get time. You don't now we won't call the gag for here. Now here we go begin to test our political power here.
Oh, you forgetting I'm Mr. Because for today. You never gather signature finish with the make marks. All right, go ahead, Mike.
Okay. See, 1 minute. And I told if I follow you today and you no follow back, I will never follow you again. You don't hear me? All of you where they follow people. When person follow about, I can't go from back here like switch side here. Now I can't go and follow person like Miss Pairs. I go begin call all of them out. Me now, whether I will block you, I will block you because the way you people think for this street, we don't know everybody address.
Wait,
See,
why we say Edo people would have blocked the hot? I want to know whether I'll go.
You, Saddam, you have to verify your identity. You are an Edo man. You are an Edo. No, I told you this before because the way you say it as it is, you know, say na Asaba, you know, too far from Anambra. When we wanted to cross, it's called Aisaba. Now, one minute they here. We have to verify, authenticate your identity, Saddam. You are a Binima. You just hide. You must come out with your full chest. You must come out and tell us. So make I just continue. You see this Obaseki matter, ba? See, the man don't stand any chance to bring anybody to come govern Edo State. We have turned the political table. We don't see now. They inside that place where the kitchen day. Now they determine waiting they go cook for that place now. So they need to understand this. And all these PDP F students, when we say now only copy, neither they take pass, and they tell you now obedience. And you there, they hear me. Make una they cover on our works. Make una they cover on our works. You know, say they know they read. Their brain know they work. Small time, never don't take light for their brain. Small time, never don't take light for their brain. They know they read, they know sabi anything. All of them, you see, if they no copy, if they no sort lecturer, they no go pass. Just small work where we want to do. Just small work. They don't go carry Labour Party logo, go join their own what they want to do. You see, this is also a Godalo. This is not the third sin where this man don't sin against me as an Edo man. First, they never even give a ticket. If you get a $10. For that space, you know, yet Tio come up, they begin testing and say, he won't bet $5,000. Tio, he won't bet $5,000. Ask Tio what they do to end dollar. Ask him which work they do to end dollar. But he won't bet $5,000 with somebody on the space. And later they call smuggle as well come the space. See, my people, we know how this game they go. The second sin, when you sin, now to begin divide the obedient movement. You begin to enter our places. Come begin to convert us, like say na the one where we they wait for that. Who give them the right? You don't call poison the minds of innocent Edolites just because of political power, because of 4 years. The 4 years, the 8 years, I mean the 16 years. Well, I don't even know how many. Okay, Obaseki 4 + 4, now 8. I mean, Ojomole, he did. Okay, you see this man. For him now, he won't do a Milocom because he don't dey around the corridor of power for Edo. So now he know it say he know how things they work. So he want to come now. The office they hungry him now to become governor because to become governor in Edo State he's so cheap. Abi, he will never smell that seat. He will never smell that seed. And we must make it, we must resolve that he will never smell that seed. Osadebe Avenue is not going to be by a political compensation. The third sin where he's seen after they hobnob with these godfathers. We don't pillage, we don't steal, they don't dry. They won't make our money, they want to share our don't budget for Abuja. Can you imagine? And I can't see. See, you see, every single time go they start saying be chairman of the board, be chairman of the. Now chairman of the board they run shows for company. When small directors they go and go strike this, they bring this come. Chairman just sit down. Every small thing I be chairman of Starling Bank, I be chairman of this, I be chairman of that. Chairman, see, as far as I'm concerned, this is a Edo election. This is a Edo election. Everybody gets stake for this Edo election. As far as you see, if you believe in the obedient ideology, if you subscribe to it, if you embrace the core value that makes us who we are, you not go sit on the fence. And if you attempt to sit on the fence, that your trouser, that your skirt, it go tear, that your nash, it go they pay you. You must take it. You must stand for something. Put the body, put the money. The work they come, the fitness work they come on Saturday. Let us publicize it. For all those people where they shout, say, oh, don't build anything. Say, I don't want to, see, not be, you know, you don't go they argue with somebody where no get sense. My people, as I did here like this, I don't already make up my mind. And my people don't already make up their mind. Not be only then they grassroots. As they campaign, and so with the campaign. When many are they here say don't mute your voice. You know, say exactly. I don't tell you what I go do to you already. So no come to back channel to apologize because me I know say many of us don't feel like you for this violence space.
All right. I don't like you too.
I won't follow you now. If you don't follow back, I will block you.
Oh yeah, nah, I don't follow you, man. It's like this follow you, they pay for this.
I don't use my mic. We don't get money for it.
They follow you.
Why you not go follow back and you do co-host for our shrine, for our church, for our mosque. Now so you want to do preach, you want to do selective preach, my friend.
All right. Thank you very much, bro. All right, quickly, let me just because we have like limited time, so we won't dwell on this Edo topic. Let me quickly take Comrade Solomon. I'll just take Comrade Solomon. That's just I don't know who drops it. Comrade Solomon, I will take Obedient, and then adding our course you follow us do today. Then we can start switching between. Can now go into the main conversation or the other part of the conversation. Comrade Solomon.
All right, my box. I greet everyone. Emir Saddam. Everybody, I agree to that. Wemini, Bolale, Dr. Mo, Maoga Patakpata, Jobobide, Polonio, Ameni Agofiko. I greet all of now. August TV. The TB say it already set like this. Normally, next tomorrow, Saturday, now fitness work, we want to test the state. But for Lumide Osagbo Wakbata, the next governor of Edo State, the matter na assurance. Sure banker. Anybody if you go bet am. Sure banker is the next governor of the state. It shall not be so come talk bass for line, but the next governor of the state, I feel assure you. As far as the campaign is concerned, like this, committees that already they set them up at the local government level, they don't set them. Wards, they don't set them. Some self don't they start their activities, for the small campaigns. So for the local government campaign, as far as my ward is concerned, we are noticed. My local government, we are noticed where they do my politics. Now maybe the director of Obedient and support groups when we say the support to Lumide Osagbo Wakbata. So for our distinguished members here when we say they obedient, the diaspora, the day of your notice when we say the one maybe say they have faced the show for this particular campaign that is in physical now on ground. If you follow me, I will follow them back. Go harmonize because this matter not be to just they do and we need to coordinate the matter where we need to really coordinate and make sure say when we hit out. When we release, they will feel them. So now the matter be that so that at least go be says things not they go down well because now when we gather work where we'll still gather enjoy the benefit when we come. Because for this election, they say waiting and they always tell many people, not be by a matter of political party or agenda. Make we first save the states. Make we save the states. If we don't save the state, we'll frequently they talk about agenda or one or two things. I see PDP, what do you call them, state campaign list today. People went food there now. Now people went be say they don't dey power, they don't dey there. I write for their normal general platform, but not be PDP, their normal general platform. I write there. Why be say now no they see youth when they want until they do things, now they put there for list. Make the youth say that they shame. The youth they know they show for their list. Now so people when be say they don't already dey position. PDP youth now they forbid to dead list of states when we say as in they shame. Thank God for Labour Party. Now only Labour Party when we say if you be youth say you get mount, then no say you get mount. You go there for people where you follow other people chop food. Not be lie. Provided me you just get mount, make your way this straightforward. Mona come will deliver the states. This will not be matter of party. Mona come. Let's deliver those states. Let's deliver those states before we talk about agenda, before we talk about equity, fairness, and justice. Let's deliver the states. As Oga Webini talk, say this will not be matter of competence. Say who get good character. Even the old lawyers, they don't talk now. Say Olumide na save them. What did they enjoy? See, what did they enjoy? Since Olumide come on now, Olumide na cause am. Now made they enjoy that thing. Whether na stamp, where they say that the people many things. He reformed the system. Go ask question. So I'm not even surprised because most of these people they don't. Most of them, some of them, me and they don't pally one-on-one. They say they know. Say now Olumide go fit save the state. Like go fit work. That's one way they call agenda. Olumide will still deliver for them. He go work for everywhere. He go touch all ground. So now that one just make a choke man put. Agree to
All
the
right.
house.
Thank you very much, Comrade Solomon. I like the way you put your own. Clear. Your face shine, your shoes show, your teeth white. All right. Okay, quickly, let me quickly take I'm trying to rush up so we can go over to the other section of the conversation with Mr. Nemeka, AA, and even get Dr. Mo, our co-host today, to just give us some tips on or updates on what's happening. Quickly, I'll just take Joe Obedient. Okay, I think Usara is back now. So after Joe Obedient, we'll just quickly take Usara, then we'll come to Dr. Mo and Mr. Nemeka and AA. Joe Obedient, Alpha.
My brother,
I your governor.
The movement, they move well. Edo 2023 is supposed to be one full space for VawulenceSpace. More just a look at the Gosha because no distractions.
We go see on them next. We can't avoid this year. We can't avoid.
Because guys, let me say this. I want to say this specifically for Edo obedience that are caught between whether to support Akpata or not. The ones who don't support are they happy with now? For those who see they caught in between, let me explain to you what it means. What it means is that if Akpata wins this election, you stand a chance to be a local government chairman if you run, a ward chairman if you run, House of Assembly member if you run, Senate if you run between now and 2027. You remember how the last local government election went? Honorable Solomon, you bear me witness how them do now, how they robbed and rigged out. It happened because you have tyrants in power. You have a party that doesn't care about the rule of law. You have a governor that doesn't care. All he wants is to win an election. So it is the first thing. If you like, you be Labour Party member, we know the support Akpata, or you be obedient, we know the support Akpata. Just know this and know peace. If you decide not to support any other party and you want to sit down during these elections, 2027 campaign for Peter Obi will be made more difficult for you if Akpata is not in power in Edo State. I will hope for a situation where in 2027, I go look at those states, say no need, might just rest, might go campaign for my state of origin, Delta State. Edo State should be a walkover by 2027, and you are a hindrance to that process. As per Obaseki, let me play something from his godfather.
For his re-election campaign. So what was he doing for all of 4 years? He thought that where he didn't construct a road, he said, I have visited the 1 and the 2 wards in the course of this campaign, and I have discovered that there are no roads. For me, nothing can be more accurate. That the governor did not discover there are no roads across the 1 and the 2 wards until he went for his re-election campaign. So what was he doing for all of 4 years? He thought that where he didn't construct a road, that the road would be constructed by magic. He also discovered that there are no lights. So if there was no election, he would know that 80 or 90% of Edo people are in the dark. It shows the degree of neglect and indeed of contempt for our people.
Let me end it here because of time. See,
on Saturday,
everything that Oshomole said has not changed. This was in 2019, 4 years after, and 8 years after, it has not changed. Obaseki promised that when he came, he would recover. He would pay the debt of Nigeria Bendel breweries, and it will start running. ECTS, it will start running. Those businesses are gone, not working. Obaseki promised. Just go look for Obaseki's manifesto. He has one manifesto that looks like what they use a newspaper to write. Just look for his 2014 manifesto. It's on his website. Obaseki promised a lot of things and he never delivered. And I'm very happy that a lot of people that I spoke to about him, at least in 2019, especially, have come to realize that this man is a fraud, a colossal fraud. And this same person, just like Oshomole brought him in, he has brought in somebody for his third term. He's going to do his own third term, like Oshomole did his third term through him on his first term. He has brought in another person. Edo people, you have to do your best to make sure Obaseki doesn't hold his third term. And like somebody said, this election is an election of third terms. Oshomole wants to do a third term through Monday Okpebohu. What's his name? Obaseki wants to do a third term through artificial intelligence. The Akpata wants to do a first term through the people. The only candidate on this ballot that is doing his first term for the people is Olumide Akpata. On Saturdays, the fitness walk, please come outside. I am saying this to come outside, whether you are in support of him or not, whether you are indifferent about it or not, look at the other options on the table. Look at what Edo State stands to gain having a continuation of Obaseki or a fourth term for Shomole. Ask yourself, 2027, how easy or how difficult do you want it to be? That decision, you will make it this year. We should get another state this year for LP and get more states. Anambra is there. I always say it, finally, I always say this. These staggered elections are a test template for 2027. How you react now, how you perform now, tells how you can perform in 2027. I'll yield the mic here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Obedient. Thank you for that submission. Usaro, just list 5 bad roads. I don't say the 5 not going to list. Usaro, go ahead. Then we'll take it from there. Usaro, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Good morning. Say good morning. Good evening, Saddam. I don't tire. Good evening to all obedient on the space. I come to space, I see say people see they speak English. Just they laugh. They say woman when they find picking, they wear pants sleep. And the situation we dey for Edo State now, if you see they speak English, it be like say we not get challenge or the state they okay. The states, the situation of the state don't pass. Be careful. As we talk, Obaseki PDP score. One thing when una go know for this space will be say, not be only PDP scorecard Obaseki name dey o. Obaseki name still dey APC scorecard because the first term na under APC. You understand? Now when in with Oshomole get issue, now you can take hijack and buy the structure of PDP in a way when they take give them the ticket, because the agreement when they get for that 2020 was okay. See the side when you will control and see the side when you know go still cross. You understand? That's why you see say we can't get legacy PDP, which is the Dan Obi faction. So the way when PDP did now for those states, Obaseki really crush the old PDP, the landlords of the PDP members when done this since 1999, when even build the party. That is why for Benin now is the Ogbonwan Yese one of Benin Kingdom. The most ungrateful personality you can ever find is Godwin Nogegase Obaseki. He fights everybody. You not get they fight to the extent say even the great palace. Now you can say now that one I can't touch everybody. Say waiting. Oh well, here twagbe. Don't pass. Be careful. I say this, without minding words. There are some lines you do not cross, especially in Benin. And that is why, for me, it's a personal fight. Anybody when put hand now, Oyomba, and he go collect. That is the truth. I'm a traditional matron, true. I'm not the shame to talk. You understand? Though people naturally they are cultural people, and for Obaseki to focus on good governance as a technocrat, that it's called. I don't speak English now. Obaseki, for you to work for Edo people, you will be technocrat. As in, we get this high hope and expectation from you. You understand? Because it was not from the usual class. It was this different class that we thought he could be or is going to be. But it surprised us. It shocked everybody that he's not different. And for me, going into this election, gentlemen are not there. That is just the honest truth. Because currently, if you see now that they really do not have, they say Peking will pass. Honestly, you and I know say Peking will pass, not the hard results. It not they happen. When you carry first, you get going to the wrong go house. Mommy, daddy, the excitement. If you see carry second, the excitement. But when you carry Okbu, my God, when you carry Okbu, you get the way your wakano is always straight. They could carry one kind. You can't do log ball, point and money, all those kind of things. So because they don't fail, he knows they don't fail. He can't introduce what is they call tribal politics to divide the people for Edo State. Now that one I pain us. You understand? You fail, not do you. If it's okay, make I withdraw myself, make I not campaign, make this my candidate, make him go the campaign. You can't introduce tribal politics. Can't they pitch this one? You know very well, say these people, they are one people. It's just one family that lives in 3 different houses. Who know Benin where we're going to say there's a place called 3 House in Benin now by day. There's a place called 3 House. So because we can't live for this 3 house, okay, this one, everybody get a bunkyard. See my bunkyard here, see this my bunkyard here, see my brother bunkyard here. It can't mean say we'll be different people. We are not different. And if they talk of, this your tribal politics when they do, let me shock you. The chicken or the hen that laid the golden egg. Now, Oriomo, these are the oil producing areas in Edo State. Oriomo, Ikubaka, the obvious. And these people never come out one day say, oh, marginalization. And these people now they get the landmass. When you say landmass, if you say landmass, now they get a Oriomo, Ovia, there. And they get them. You have neglected these people and focused on people. They think say even focus on the city. Let me even shock you. I'm from the city. I was born and raised in Oredo. That's where my mom is from. A lot of people don't know that my dad is not even from Oredo. My dad is from Mwonde. But I was born and raised here. My mom is from Oredo. In that Oredo, there are some ward, especially the ward that I'm from, Ward 2. There are some villages that I will call for you, or communities that will call for you. You have never heard of it. If you go to that places, they don't have primary healthcare center. And the few ones that they have are all dilapidated. They don't have good road network. It's so bad and terrible. This same Oredo called Benin City, electricity never reached some side. So each time I talk about Edo, I feel pain in my heart. I feel pain because if you check our history, what our great ancestors have done, we are supposed to build on it. Edo is supposed to be, not supposed to, Edo supposed they lead, supposed they show way as the heartbeat of this nation. That is why it's called the heartbeat, for a purpose and for a reason. But check what is happening today. It's like we have gone like 2 or 3 centuries back. God forbid, we don't want that for our state anymore. So we want a breather. We need a new, a new person who will not be controlled by the godfathers. We are tired. We are tired of APC in Edo State, and we're also tired of PDP. They have destroyed every fabrics. Now, how do you check government or governors? What are the indices to check them? The basic amenities, have they provided it? Almost every home in Benin City, it is borehole. Everybody, they drill their borehole by themselves. There was a stat that was released by Statistician. I was just laughing, talking about water, and you are giving kudos to the governor or the state. It is the people. Now me drill my borehole. Now my papa drill borehole. Now my grandfather drill borehole. It's not the government provide that borehole or water for us. Everybody now they do who don't manage drill, you go bring tap come outside for a neighbor. Now so they get water. They don't keep water poured. For almost how many years now? Road in all day, electricity in all day, and we get 2 power plants, Osiomo and Azura. So my brother, me I not get many things to talk, because if I dey talk, go be like say I want cry, because the pain is too much. It's just too much.
Yeah.
So I go want submit here, and I go say whether they like them or not. Obedience, are still together in Edo State. Not be everybody when you say my father or when you say Lord. Now one really go heaven. Some people they will be saying one they call obedient. Now gun body them do to take get clout for negotiation. That is the honest truth. Because you cannot call yourself an obedient, you are fighting for good governance. Then the same governor when you know say he really do bad, when you condemn just within how many months or a year ago, now you work on the praise. It doesn't work that way. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Osaro. I know say you are you are in it. But I mean, if it's worth bragging about, I'm from Modium I come on, I get 2 certificates of origin, both from Modium and from Ego. But I totally agree with what you said. The level of, it's just sad, because if Obaseki had even done half, maybe half of what people expected him to do, just half, Edo State would have been better for it. Half, not all of them. If he had done half, but like the arrogance, the whitewashing, I don't like, it's so annoying. I think it was Zachary said just now that diaspora. Understand why diaspora people is supporting. Because if you look on paper, if you are looking at paper, you will think that it go just the send MOU. Yeah, one call top and go. The only thing Obaseki don't do for this, when I don't see Obaseki do in reality, now bed insurance, we call it. Even bed insurance now, they be like Chelsea for table. No shade. Bed insurance are the clear. but now on 10th the day. Nothing like more like Edo retrogressed from even though so
Bender
many
Insurance, na informer deputy, na Shaibu.
Abeg, give Bender Insurance credit to Philip Shaibu, abeg. Thank you, sir.
Na
okay.
Shaibu.
So you see, it's like it's crazy, man. What these guys did. It's like wow. Anyway, I think we can probably switch up the topic now. Not switch. I mean, we'll still be coming around this because I know a lot of Edo people are still going to come up to come and speak in between. And I know when Mr. Nnemeka was here the last time, he made a lot of reference to Edo. But before I go to Mr. Nnemeka and Mr. AA, Dr. Mo, where you wrong go? See, Dr. Mo, that's what the calls they do. That's what they do for you. Dr. Mo, come back. Anyway, Harry, Alpha, I don't think you're not too long. So I see the shot where they fire for the TSCs. You made a grown-up man yesterday to be shedding tears and explaining all over it, from Instagram to X to everywhere. A grown-up man. I didn't know that they do now. So is that how you'll be doing a grown-up man? And he could not just respect himself. Harry, why did you do this? Why?
Good evening, everybody. What meaning? I'm a TL kind of guy. I talk less, more action, and our people they say trouble they sleep, younger go wake up. I did my own yesterday. They wait, make holiday reach, make myself come out, go relax with my farm, and somebody wake up saying you won't look for small trouble. Ha, me will be double trouble. In case you don't know, maybe like say I go add that thing. People don't know now. I go add them to my profile. It is double trouble here, fam. If you bring trouble, I'll double it and give it to you back. You know all those money doublers. Now that's my work now. So let's get. We know is in a very dire right now, and we seriously need help, and see, we need miracle at this point. And Joe Obedient, you said like 95% of everything I had to say. I don't know, it be like you just photocopy my mind this evening, and I don't go like talk too much, but I'll just buttress one more thing. Like Joe Obedient already said, we have somebody who has never been on the ballot. We only one angle where we say now legal life, and we know how legal life supposed to be if not be the way our country spoil constitution and lawyers them, you know. So being somebody that has been able to hold up to the constitution of the Nigerian Bar Association for up to the extent of being the president, he has some sort of esteem, some sort of clout to his words and the things he signs up for. So this is one of the reasons I'm giving Olumide Akpata a chance. It is not because I want to be, and another reason is seriously for, we already know, in case anybody know on the reason, it is seriously for 2027. You know, we don't want to go put our eggs on different baskets, come they do obedience for this, obedience for that tomorrow. We are going to fish all of you out before 2027, and we are going to know who the real obedience are. I am sorry to use that word, but I think at this point here, yes, there are real obedience and fake obedience and clout chasing obedience. So thank you, everybody. Have a nice evening.
All right. Thank you very much, Harry. Thank you very much. Please don't stop. I like what happened yesterday. I never thought someone could go from X to Instagram to be explaining what was happening on X. When to be explained, I say, wait till the happen. Why person they go explain? All right, quickly. I'm just gonna go. Let's quickly come to Mr. A. Polono, man, I see you. I know you took me out inside this next conversation. So, but let's quickly go to Mr. Nnemeka and Mr. AA. I know last week we had, and we'll bring up like some other speakers to also ask, questions that both of them could also attempt. I know last week we had Mr. Nnemeka I mean, some of us are still blown away from with some of the things I said last week. Then, Dr. Mo, you don't come back. They say, I will look for you. Last week, Mr. Emeka was here, and he said a lot of things that were almost prophetic. Because today we are seeing it happen. Then, I mean, I'm sure those of us that are used to like mindset space, we know AA speaks. Then even here on Violence speaks a couple of times, just that it's not always, he's a busy man. So he's not always around. But whenever he's around to speak, he's someone that, when person just be talk, there are very few types to a lot of people. There are people that, when they talk, almost everything they say just makes sense. It's the same feeling someone like Dilly Farrow to me a lot of the time. Someone like, Konko. I put that every sentence, every word, I live by the words. So pick words, not, you might say many things, but just pick words from what you say. It makes a lot of sense. So, but currently we also have Dr. Mo, who has been the whole of Nigeria. I can imagine the kind of how is it going? Dr. Mo, are you there? Talk truth. Just talk truth. You got
how
you
you
got
take
a
no
follow Peter
say
Obi the
how you
challenge.
take on that self.
You know say the energy that man gets. You not be from this world. How is it going? Go ahead, sir.
As we dey talk now, they walk. Now the thing be that see when thank God now for violence space like this, if you joke the way the thing be. Now where would they say waste the country say say the envy Dr. Mo. I say see what waiting you the envy. You the envy sleepless night. Waiting you know where you call the envy, But what else could be? Get one guy we been yarn here before. I still remember when we Amomudon worry Buhari for like 100 days when he be escape for Nigeria. So he don't tell where we don't they do the thing. But to come find person it will be the energy, just take combine energy of all of us. Honestly, it's just like a dream come true, because it go help shorten this road where would they try this dream where would they try, get, and that's why we're happy and talking about him and following him. So yeah, there's no sleeping now. Who won't sleep? I won't sleep when electricity day. You won't sleep when you don't get water. Which highway won't take sleep when they around you? Never chop. So now the thing be that. So I will go continue this thing until we see that in Nigeria will do. So yeah.
All right. So thank you very much, Dr. Mo. So, but I mean, basically, what's been the updates on the movement so far?
Oh yeah, I mean, so we've been on the road, and just yesterday or day before yesterday when we had the press conference on the water and education challenge. Prior to that, many didn't know, but Obi went to Kaduna, where he was there, slept in Kaduna, engaged with young people, completely northerners, all young people. In fact, I'm yet to make the update on that, and prior to that we were in the States. We had 5 different meetings, 2 meetings in New Jersey. We had Boston, Massachusetts. He was at a lecture in Harvard. He was there in New York, and then of course we were in UK for 2 days and engaging other people, on critical issues on the line of the things we're talking about, holding government accountable, attending to critical issues, and creating so much content that I felt that we haven't even maximized or used. Everybody who spoke on this platform, like you said, or Saddam said rightly, that we are capable of changing this country. And part of the update tonight is, before I give my own small lecture, is to say that, when you're going to see where people, because obedient, that's our energy anyway, giving advice and talking and all of that. PO sees everything, he hears everything. And even though there was somebody that made a very profound submission that many don't know, for a person, because he has to even reduce his level, to meet up with the everyday people. That's just the purest truth, because before this guy was 40, he was already a billionaire. Let's not even kid about that, was MD of banks and all of that, and before he even became governor in the first place. But he had to come down because this is somebody who truly, genuinely, it's almost like somebody who is made for this particular season and time of our life. He has dedicated, he has given himself completely to this new Nigeria narrative. And he's been doing that even long before he became, and nearly 10 years after being, we are still carrying and rehearsing some of the things that, he epitomizes. And this is the narrative that we need to keep talking about. But he still, even when he knows that what you are saying is not correct, but because he sees ahead, he just so that we can, for the bigger picture, I say any other thing or even talk about updates and give my own side of the perspective. The things that we're clamoring for, because there's been so much about PR and all of that, it's already in place. It's being worked on as we speak right now. So I need us to just, as a movement, as a people, to just relax where that is concerned. And I've had today, along with, we've been back and forth over this. And he said, okay, if that's what it's going to take, okay, let's sort it out and get it done and have that, if that will, But I can tell you, and like you usually would say, this is what I see as the issue. This is the problem. I mean, where do you want to start from? On a normal day after election, some people go return back to Dubai, others go back to UK, US, others go back to their farms and all of that. And this guy decided to now be going. I mean, he's been to Jos twice. He's been to Sokoto. He is not just going there. He's giving financial aid to people. He's sitting and eating food with Al-Majiris in their mosque during the Ramadan and going around doing boreholes, donating money and all of that, buying rams for people. And you think it's okay that we have a sitting president and this one is going around and doing all of these things. In fact, I'm surprised that they've not even come to see, let's add, if there was anything they could find on him, by today he would have been incapacitated. So I'm saying that to say that I'm even surprised that people are thinking, there are people that I can't even mention their name because they never even go school rich. They can't even express themselves like some of the obedient can do. And because of some ragtag people, whenever chop belly food, they tweet, and then some people are rambling about getting a PR. And I'm like, what are we really talking about? The obedience are made of the most, in terms of eloquence and proficiency and efficiency, in terms of people who have class and elegance, we have them. If you talk about the market people, we have them. Bricklayers, we have them. Whatever you want to talk about, moguls and gurus, global video content editors, writers, we have them in the obedient movement. And you want those who go meet you, poto poto to poto poto, in full ground for this place. So why do we even banter to people who they're not even qualified to the people where we say, how do I put it? In the words of something he said when he got to the Harvard Law School. He said, Dr. Moore, listen, these children want me to come. None of them here is up to the age of my daughter. I will not allow them to pay for my fees. No, I will pay. The same thing when we're going to Ghana. I said, the guy that is inviting us for the convention is the age of my son. No, I pay my way to everywhere I'm going to. This is the quality of the person we're talking about, and then you have people who I have no words to describe them. Even for me, it's beneath me. It's beneath the people I trained 10 years ago to attend to these people. And then you have our people, PO has created too much content that we can't even catch up with. Look at what we did prior to the elections, during the elections. We are the ones, we know how to shut the mouth of the lions. Now, have we suddenly forgotten who we are as a people? Now, where they make people, and I know one call names, somebody will call himself president. He was actually crying and shouting on his people. He's saying don't pay too much PR prior to the elections and during the elections. He paid so much money, and yet the obedient people shut him up. Shut them, all of them up. And then you just have in their own words, they are not even more than two people tweeting. And we know who these people are. We're not even supposed to attend to them. Actually, for them, because I used to be friends with some of them, and they told me in confidence that they've been paid so much money to carry out this. We know they've been paid so much money to go, and it's like somebody coming here and arguing with me that, no, Dr. Mo, you're not a PhD. And then I'm setting up a PR team to go and counter him. I'm bringing out my thesis. I'm bringing out my gown, how I went to school. I'm calling my lecturers. Who bloody cares? P2B has made it impossible for these people to go. Look at what he has done. And I want to say it here. Where we went to in Kebbi State, for example, we went to Sokoto when he went to the Faculty of Agriculture, where he gave them the borehole. The dean of faculty came out to say that this is the first time an individual will bring such, intervention to them in the entire faculty, because they didn't even have that. All the students were out. If you go there, those places we went to, and call P2B name, then go so beat you. Now, in Kebbi State and in some of the northern states where we went to, the places that we PO put boreholes, those guys are not on X. They're not on Twitter. They're not even on Facebook. And let me say this here for data and for clarification. Going by INEC standard, I'm not talking about we as a people. We know our data, and we know how many millions of people voted for P2B, but we're just saying stay with crooked INEC. They say 6 million voted for P2B, right? The people making noise on X, or the people we know today that we call the obedient movement, all of us put together, we're not even 20% of that number. It's important to have some perspective as we deal with issues as we go. So we're not up to 20% of that number. Out of that 20%, on X, maybe we have arguably between 5, 7, or 8% of that 20%. And then of that, you have 2 people or 1 man making noise. And some people are already thinking that, oh, the image of our principal. And I'm like, are we really serious? But at this moment, let's go ahead and do it. That's how reasonable he is as a person. And this is somebody that he sometimes is difficult to talk. It's just a gift, and we should be grateful, in our lifetime, that we have somebody like this that we can, because he will help us to shorten, where we are going with the new Nigeria, narrative, and the dream that we need to achieve. Because honestly, like I said, from the control narrative team that we have, or the curators that we have, or the graphic designers that we have, the infographic gurus, the video editors, the writers, and all of that, majority of the people talking are distributors, and we have them in masses. If at all we think anything is a problem, we should not. These people, they feed on the energy that we give them, and deliberately they do that. I don't want to call name, but one of my friends, who is one of the people who insults P2B very well, incidentally, when I went to the DSS, he was the one that followed me there, fought with all the people there and all of that, right to the top, to the directors. He was fighting with all of them that, no, they must not do this, and all of that. He told me, he said, if I want that I don't have traction on my page, I'll just go to my page and say, P2B is stupid. And then boom, 500 people will start talking about him. And then they will pay him money. I'm telling you, this is what we discussed. But obedience are falling for it. And I'm like, goodness gracious. some of the discussions we have here, nobody, but because of the openness, we discuss our strategy in open sessions, which, well, sometimes you want to say it shouldn't be, but okay, even when it is, but fine. But it's important for us to understand distractions as completely different from what we need to build and deal with. These guys are so scared of who we are as a people. They are so afraid of where our principal as a person is going, because he has changed the temperature and the narrative of politicking. Let's say for while we're going to that we have a proper channeling of dealing with issues, like many of us have advised and have also the fears, and we've talked about, we're going to ensure that that is done. It's also important to say that this is not an election year, and that there is a way we will go about this. If we don't go about it professionally and deal with it adequately, it will even impede. It could affect even our principle, because we have, right now we have mad people completely in the helms of affairs, and therefore it's important to be cautious as we deal with things, because at every level, when it comes to, there are the 5 essentials elements that has to be dealt with when you're talking about campaign, from capacity, that's surrounding ourselves, with the right people, and we have them in the obedient, building the community that will help to mobilize and comprehensively at every levels, like I've explained, in terms of the writers, the curators, and all of the people. It's also important to have the capital to be able to drive and ensure that we secure every funding for every activity as we go, and then communicating to craft inclusive messaging that reflects, our principal's character from what he's already doing. He's created too much already, to deal with. And then, of course, we have our creed as a people. There are things we cannot give into, and he oftentimes, and all the times, he talks about, he talks about, excuse me, these things, continuously, but the main issue in terms of the update is that it's important because the energy of this guy is too much. He's not about to sleep. Like he said, we will ensure that it's impossible. It does not matter, because right now what is going on in Nigeria is that you see the coastal, whatever route they're talking about, all the gigantic project and all the nonsense they're talking about. These are just avenues for them to steal and steal, because the only thing they think they can do come 2027 is to buy votes and pay people to do exactly what they are doing right now, to ensure that they infiltrate us, distract us. That's all that they have. That's all they can do. They don't have anything more they can do, because single-handedly, Peter Obi has changed the narrative of conversation where Nigeria's politics is concerned.
Yeah.
And can you hear me?
Yeah, go on, can hear you.
Oh, okay. And this is what is essential. It's essential to bring to the fore as part of the updates. Before now, it was that Peter Obi does not like the North and all of that. But in just few weeks, the narrative from the Ramadan period to what he has done, to engaging to the deepest and farthest part of the North, especially the core North, the narrative has changed. And I remember the conversation we had just about 2 weeks into the intervention, and you could see there was almost like a division between the Fulanis and the Hausas and all of that. And when we spoke, I said, fantastic, these are good. These are the kinds of narrative we should be having. The Hausas want to own him, the Fulanis want to own him. And it was that point that I said, I'm a Northerner. I was born in Kaduna. I served about 18 years ago in Kano. I worked in Maiduguri. I understand the socio-political, religious, cultural context of Northern Nigeria. There are over 200 languages in Northern Nigeria. But you understand the geniuses of the founding fathers that made it possible for you to think of a monolithic North. You're thinking of just 1 or 2 tribes when you think of Northern Nigeria. It didn't just, it's out of ingenuity. Now, to understand, Adamawa State alone has over 100 languages. So, but penetrating through that and understanding how the elites in the North have impoverished the North for all these years. Look at what happened. I give you a classic example during the Ramadan. Jigawa State and one other state, they said they're spending over 10 billion to feed people during the Ramadan. All these are just scams. They don't even spend 100 million. That's how they steal money. With what P2B has done right now, the people there, they will beat any politician that come to talk nonsense. I have personally done videos with the people on ground, and we have their contacts, we have their data. They are calling every day. These people are not on X. The market women that we're talking about and dealing, they are not affected by any of this razzmatazz that is affecting us. We on X. I'm not saying it's not important. I've clarified that, but it's important to let us understand exactly the perception, the context, so that we can also realign and deal with issues and follow through with what content that our principal is churning out and keep shoving it on their faces. That's what they don't want to see. Today alone, I think the challenge is on channels, is on Arise, and it's going to create a lot of because they are discussing it. Even tomorrow morning, those are going to be the narrative of discussion. Let's bring it up. Let's curate them. But like we said, we're putting a team together that will, in quote, professionally deal with it. So let's follow through with all. But these are part of the updates and many more activities on the way. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Dr. Mo. I actually like the way I think I've on the TL I've seen two school of thoughts. I've not even tried talking about this media team conversation, but I've seen two school of thoughts about it, and I think majority of obedient and those that calls for it from a very logical point of view makes a lot of sense. A team or I think the real concern for those people is being able to in a coordinated manner manage the narrative online, which I'm glad you said it's being worked on. I know there's some other set of people that just also use it as an excuse to as different kind of excuses. I always tell people, you're obedient to have the good, the bad, the terrible, the ugly. Everybody's welcome. It's totally fine. But I can tell you, like majority of the people that bring up this conversation, pretty much logical point of view, and it makes sense. And it's good that it's being worked on. I'll just ask you one question, Dr. Mo, 1 minute answer. This question is just so many people can relax. So there's so many talks about structure, obedience, structure. Peter Abidjan in the last space said, he's working on something. And I actually thought that was enough for everybody to say, okay, let's see what comes up before the next space. Just to give people assurance. Is it being worked on? Quick response.
It's going to be, all I'm going to say is that it's going to blow the minds of everybody what he has in place coming. All I will solicit for is just patience and just wait. That's all. But it's going to be done.
All right. This response you gave now, the last person I asked also gave that response. I think I know Peter is going to come to the bank. Quickly, I'm going to go to my senior. He doesn't like me to call him barrister, but maybe I'll call him Sir AA. Sir AA is someone that is vast in different areas, so I don't even know what area he wants to go to today. If it's legal issues or economic issues, but I'm going to leave him to give us some insight. Hey, are you there, sir? I know we kept you a long time on the speaker section. I hope you've been enjoying the other conversations.
Mean, thank you so much, mean, and thank you to everyone on the space.
Sorry, please, sir. Sorry. Wait a minute, you just go rush. I won't talk to P2B is on space. Eh?
I beg.
I'm sure people think it's actually double.
After Mr. Mo speak, I want to say Mr. P2B is
I don't want anyone to clone my passport, please. But people say this and it gets a bit funny when people say it.
Please, if you know, please, sir. Sorry, sir. Please, guys. If you know the voice you're hearing, if you know the voice you're hearing now is the voice of P2B, please Let me see the comment section, please. I want to confirm something. I want to confirm something. Peter will get bonus account. We want to know how to confirm whether it's because he carry leopard. Leopard, they deceive us. Let's know whether this is Peter Obi. Continue, sir. Your Excellency.
Wow, interesting. Well, so what we did, I don't know what we would like to discuss. Of course, we can circle back to you and all, the things about the currency. But I think I'd like to start with what Dr. Mo has been discussing, which is the Peter Obi matter, because isn't it the thing that holds us together here, and then we can then talk about. I agree with that. I think there's this, our strength as obedient somehow is our weakness. And one of that is that we've got energy, and a lot of people are not very experienced with regards to politics and psychology of the masses and all that. And then these APC people, believe it or not, they know these things, because I believe that they take advice from professional, mass psychologists. I believe that they know that, and they take advantage of it. But there's one thing, if you check very well, something gives me happiness, is the fact that APC as a people, they are good tactically. So they are very good when it comes to reacting, adjusting, but they are strategic. When it comes to strategy, they know nothing. And that is why they've not made they've not done well in governance, because all they know is they are just a bunch of power buccaneers who just wanted to just get power. So what they know is just how to react, adjust. So they find a way to do that. They wind obedience up. They get us to be on the back foot all the time, to react. For example, all they are doing is because Peter Obi has started to make inroads in the north, and also to distract from scandals. So rather than us attacking or talking about the issues, then we are on the defense. And you see obedience falling for this. Why are obedience not talking about the Calabar Lagos scandal? And I've said it, that scandal will bring down any government anywhere in the world. We don't talk about things like that because it's big. For example, have we actually put it in perspective that the value of that contract is 5.1% of Nigeria's GDP? About 16 trillion. The first section of about 1.6, which is about 1.6 trillion naira, is 3.5% of this year's GDP. The entire project costs about 53% of this year's budget, not GDP. About the entire project costs about 53% of 2004 budget, and this was awarded to a man who is known as an associate of the president, without parliamentary appropriation and no competitive tender. And we are talking about buildings, whether P2B did schools or not. So I think, while staying on that subject, I think obedience, we need to begin to think strategically. These guys have nothing to offer. They would rather, get us to be on the defense rather than having us discuss the real issues. We can discuss these things. The government may not come down, because if it were in other countries, either you see like resignations or investigations, and people heads will start rolling. We don't expect that to happen, but let's stay on the subjects that that real people care about. What do you mean by Peter Obi, whether he built schools 10 years ago? There's very deep penetration of rural schools in the southeast. Who goes about building, even in advanced countries? I mean, I've been in the UK for nearly 20 years. How many new schools do governments build here? It's about getting the old ones sustained. From time to time you refurbish them, retrofit them, because access is one thing, but the quality of the education that you provide, the teachers and all that. That's what matters. So you then see someone who just comes in, throws in this thing, and then people run with it. So I think that obedience, we need to start, thinking really like that this is war, is a battle of the minds, and that we shouldn't be falling for it. So I think that is one area to start with. But on the larger issue about the economy, I think my brother Nemeka would be in a better position to talk about all that because, of course, he has better understanding of economics. All I can say with I'm a lawyer, but I understand a little bit of economics is that everyone, when the Naira was coming down and the people were saying keep your Naira closer, dollar closer, I think they meant it, and we all know the answer because we now can call on people to come and do analysis, but we just know the answer because there is Bill Clinton would say it's idiot economics. So what is the economics that the idiot understands? Cheap food on the table. We don't have it in Nigeria, right? And then you see the dollar, the Naira beginning to gain value when there was no fundamental economic backstop that's upon which the Naira was gaining. So you would know that the CBN itself and the Nigerian government had become a currency speculator. So it was all about speculations and manipulations and trying to, defend the currency in rather artificial ways. But it looks like the bubble is beginning to burst. I don't know, but at least what they were doing is no longer working. And you expect it to continue. That's I think I expect it because as long as the market fundamentals have not been fixed, i.e., we are not earning more foreign exchange through exports of what we produce, then Naira just gaining was only artificial. And if you see the way that the crash has happened in the past 2 days, you see that I've not seen that anywhere else in the world for about $950 to $1,000. 1,000 Naira now is about 1,400 or so within a space of 5 days. So it will continue because we have structural problems. We've always had structural problems, but now there's problems with regards to perception, the market perception, and then there's also confidence. I'm a lawyer and I advise companies that work in Nigeria or do business in Nigeria. And because of confidentiality, I'm not going to mention names, but I know that there are about 3 major companies, some in the energy sector, that are about to leave Nigeria. And this is the ones that I know. Many more are just exiting because of the economic situation. And I think it's probably going to get worse because even foreigners know that Nigerians no longer have confidence in their economy. So when P2B says it, it sounds like theory that one of the things that drives the economy is hope. Hope. I mean, the example is the United States dollar. It's not backstop against any major asset other than full faith in the economy. That is what the dollar is built on. So that's an example. So even foreigners, one of the things that they check when they want to invest in Nigeria is, or in countries, is the confidence level, even by the confidence of the citizens in their own economy. So apart from the structural problems, there's morale is low. Nigerians don't believe in Nigeria. It's not working, and you don't expect the foreign investors to believe in Nigeria. So I believe that things are going to get worse until a good leader or good leadership comes in and begins to correct all this mess. I think this is where I will stop now. I will hand it back to you, well-meaning. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. AA. I mean, I like, the first perspective you came from. I always say this. I think I've said it probably on Space before. One thing I like so much about the obedient movement is that it's the, I don't know how to put it. It's how effective it is. I don't know if that's the best word to even use, but let me use that for now. So, it's the opposite. I pretty much see, supporters of the APC and PDP as useless. And I totally agree with you when you said at the beginning that our strength is also our weakness as the movement. I used to tell people that majority of the time, some of the issues or problems that we have to deal with as obedient movement, if you look at it most of the time, is either we were the ones that started it or we were the ones that propelled it. Then we ourselves, we deal with it and kill it. So we are usually the problem, but always the solution. So, and when I say problem, I don't mean, so a lot of things that get started, nothing propels on social media as it stands today, especially on X. Let me just restrict to X, without obedience being involved. If obedience is not interested in anything, whether the thing is good or is bad, it is not going to fly. So most of the time, anything that flies, whether it ends up becoming good, ends up becoming bad, is because we made it fly. So I think the real, what we need to start learning, like he was saying, is how to, I mean, you may not always be correct. You might focus on something that is not necessary every now. We are humans, we are not infallible or something, however they put it. But, it's how we can select battles to think some level of guidance to will. I'm going to come to you at some point, but I want to go to the makeup. I wanted to come to you based on the effect of rule of law really on this economy issue, because you talked about confidence as well on the government. But let's go to Mr. Nemeka. Mr. Nemeka.
Thank you, my brother. It seems as if you read my mind, and I was actually going to tackle it from that perspective. Now, Barrister Anozie have actually mentioned the fact that many companies are leaving. It's not just many companies, they are going to live in drugs. It's also PZ packed up and they are leaving Nigeria. And if you look at PZ performance among the 3 regions that they operated, the only place they actually made tangible profit from real operation. Yes?
I think we're struggling to hear by their background. I can almost tell them saying Nemeka is in Nigeria.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but some of your gen is.
No, can you hear me? It's my fan. Let me put it. Can you hear me?
Okay, it's better now, right?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's good, better, yes.
Okay, good. So if you look at PZ performance, in the 3 regions where they operated, 3 key regions from Asia, Europe, and Africa, the only place they actually made good profit from their operations in 2023 was in Nigeria. Take out time to go and look at that report, global PZ report of about $120-something billion. They made huge return. They made huge profit, about 36%, compared to some other regions where they made a loss. But do you know what happened to them? That profit was wiped out by forex volatility. And the uncertainty is what is driving PZ out, just the same way many of them are going. And you talked about rule of law. Most people don't appreciate the tangible nature of the rule of law, the tangible nature of accountability and transparency and respect for legislation, for the laws of the land. People don't understand the importance of respect for contracts, strict enforcement of order and the regulations without bending corners. Now ask yourself this question. Our major foreign exchange earner, the crude oil, the oil and gas sector, which is almost about 90%. At a time, it was 95%. Why are there no new investments coming in? Why are the majors exiting? It all boils down to the criminality, to the opacity, to the double standard in that system. You ask yourself this question. South Africa does not produce 1% of the crude oil we produce here. In fact, the first refinery that was built in Nigeria was built by Shell. Go and check the records. If you go to South Africa, they have refineries with combined refining capacity of about 540,000 barrels a day, built by a consortium of Totafina, Shell, Chevron. Why did Shell, why did Chevron, why did ExxonMobil not make attempt to do refineries in Nigeria because of the huge market we have here? It's a question we should be asking ourselves. You saw this one they did.
the one they said they spent $20 billion to build. And you see what is happening. They hyped it, gave him dollar subsidies. For the first time in the history of a reserve bank, the Central Bank of Nigeria was lending to a private company directly. And we were told that 70% of a loan on the project finance was paid back when the project have not refined 1 liter of crude. That's the level of opacity and duplicity we have in this country. And now look at the kind of games they are playing. And how do you expect human beings with brain, investors with brain, to come into this kind of selling market, to come and set up refineries? You passed a law. NNDPRA passed a law. You cannot produce any diesel or gas oil that is above 200 ppm. ppm sulfur content, and they know why, because of the effect of sulfur on the climate and everything. Every other player adhered to it, and we know any industry player will tell you this. The higher the sulfur content of a gas oil, the cheaper it is. Russian oil is so cheap out there because it has high sulfur content. And then DPRA said you cannot bring in any product or refine any product that is above 200 ppm. OPAC, Edo Refinery, Niger Delta, Watersmith, all of them obeyed. All of a sudden, they decided to give concessions to the same particular person, the same particular company, to be selling diesel that is almost 3 times the approved limit. Whoever. And people are busy rejoicing. Oh, he crashed it down from 1,200 to 1,000. He crashed it again to 940. Idiots who do not even understand the left and right of what is happening to them. We are busy clapping. Let me tell you, if they decide to give the same level playing ground, everybody bring in the same thing they are doing, 500 ppm, 800 ppm, I will land a liter of AGO into this market at 750. I am asked this question. If the man was so magnanimous to the ignorant people who do not understand what is happening, why have they not crashed the price of cement in Nigeria by 40%, since 90% of the input cost of cement are domestically produced? And these are people we hired over our cement assets for peanuts. We are not fools in this country. And you expect an ExxonMobil, a Total, or a Chevron to begin to compete with this kind of monstrous arrangement? No, sir, nobody will do it. There is no sane investor that can apply and invest and operate in this kind of mafioso economy, where no rule is respected, where waivers are granted to 1 or 2 or 3 cartel members because you think the person is a fool. Now, let me tell us the truth, and the truth everybody must have to accept here today. Some of us are here and we are stuck here because we are from here. We are not going anywhere. We will do everything humanly possible to resist the wickedness, to operate within the system, and as much as possible to keep on creating jobs. But I tell you, the global investing public, they see what is happening. S&P carried the report, Bloomberg carried the report, and they came out to come and debunk it. What are you debunking? If these guys are sincere and honest, one of the things why I respected late Musa Shehu, President Yar'Adua, was the fact that the man was a different man. I only weep that if that man had been alive to rule for 8 years, Nigeria would have not been where we are today. The first thing Yar'Adua did when he became president was acknowledge the flawed nature of the election that brought him to power. What did Yar'Adua do? First of all, he impaneled Owai's report, electoral reform, to bring out transparency in such a way that what the kind of criminality that brought him to power will not repeat itself again. He was the first president in Nigeria to declare his assets and liabilities of his family openly and publish them in 4 national newspapers. Owai's report, if Yar'Adua had been alive, if that smiling man from Otueke had not taken over from Yar'Adua and refused to do the right thing, if Jonathan had implemented the Owai's report, if Jonathan had developed the boss and implemented the Convab report, Nigeria will not be where we are today. Nigeria has been ruled by very weak, wicked, incompetent people in the majority. Yar'Adua understood this thing and he wanted to do the right things. When Yar'Adua came, the cement cartel was so strong. They were doing everything possible to destroy every other new entrance. Yar'Adua reversed
such wickedness and allow the like of Ibeta and others to breed. No system works with this kind of dubious double standard. And that is why we are not moving forward. They are saying they will attract new investment of $10 billion into oil and gas industry. Let me tell us of a truth. If I am the president of Nigeria, I can easily attract new investment of $50 billion annually in that oil and gas sector by doing the right things. The world knows that Nigeria ticks the right boxes to become a top 5 global economy. The world knows that Nigeria is actually the place to be. If you look at the demographics, if you look at the natural endowments, if you look at the kind of human capital that we have, if you look at we are the easiest access to over 600 million man sub-Saharan African market. Nigeria is the best entry route. But we have refused to allow the right. It's not as if these guys will not know what to do. We always tell them what to do. We have profile solutions. People like Katedo Peter said, global investors, advisors. The truth that I think there is something inherently wicked in the DNA of the average Nigerian politician. Wickedness runs in their DNA because if they are not lacking advisors, they are not lacking good counsel. Let me tell you, why are we not doing? Look at Petrobras, look at Aramco. What did Aramco do? Aramco understood the fact. Aramco is one of the most transparent oil and gas company in the whole world. Aramco is owned by the Saudi Arabian government. Aramco has over 15,000 miles pipeline. None of those pipelines have been broken into since they started operation. But the Saudi government understood the importance of injecting private sector efficiency. They went to do the first IPO. And today, Aramco has different investors. Even Goldman Sachs has investors. Petrobras, the same thing. What is Brazil oil reserve? Proven reserve of Brazil is about only 15 billion barrels. Nigerian proven reserve is times 2 more than that of Brazil, 37 billion barrels. And we can actually ramp it up to 50 billion barrels because there are still different bases, onshore and offshore, where we have a huge crude oil deposit. What do the Brazilians do? The Brazilians are as corrupt as Nigerians, and they discover the fact that they need to bring in private sector efficiency. Why do you think that the only public corporation that is working in Nigeria is Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas? Nigeria Liquefied Natural Gas is owned 51% by cost of investors, Shell, Total, and the rest of them. The federal government owns 49% through the NNPC. Because this private sector investors own majority, the process of recruitment of the board and management and staff in energy is just as tough as when you're recruiting for Shell or for Chevron. They are not subject to the shenanigans of National Assembly coming to do oversight to collect bribe or to mess them up. That is why they are the only corporation that is declaring dividend. The other day, they were planning to raise $10 billion, leveraging on securitizing the 7-year dividend expectations from LNG. The same LNG is the golden egg. NNPC can be bigger than LNG. Petrobras did the same thing. The Brazilian government in 1970 was when Petrobras started, years after the Nigerian National Oil Corporation, that is now NNPC. The Brazilian government understood the point of it. They now decided to divest. If you look at Petrobras, it is only owned 28.5% by the Brazilian national government. Other investors own the majority shares of about 72.5%. Petrobras has only crude oil output of about 2.3 million barrels in their upstream basket. Their total assets is about $174 billion. NNPC is only worth about $60 billion. A third of Petrobras. Last year, Petrobras declared $121 billion revenue and $37 billion profit. Petrobras have diversified into different sectors, and they are listed on the Brazilian Stock Exchange. Is it that our government do not know what to do to bring in investment, just the same way Brazilians are bringing in investment when they have an oil-proven reserve that is a third of Nigeria? In fact, Nigeria is a place where any other oil and gas operator must be. They will need to do the right thing. And we have advised them. And I will use the instrumentality of this platform to repeat myself again for the opt-in time. If we want to strengthen things there and remove the criminality, the opacity that allowed us to spend 16 trillion naira over the last 8 years without fixing the refineries, $34 billion wasted. Nigeria is the only country where a vessel will come and load 1 million barrels and disappear. Nobody will locate it. Nigeria is the only country where they shamelessly announce every year that they lose $22 billion from crude oil thievery. And nobody's arrested, nobody's prosecuted. Now, to stop it, they know what to do. Look at the template of Petrobras, the template of Petronas and Aramco. You cannot invent the wheel. as a matter of emergency and urgency, and I know they are listening into this program. Listen again and take it back to Mr. President. NNPC, as a matter of emergency, they should bring in Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan Chase, put in Stanbic IBTC or maybe a Chapel Hill Durham to partner with them. They as book runners. Immediately start the process of divestiture of the federal government 60% holding from the NNPC, and then do an IPO of about $20 billion on top. If you do this, Nigeria will receive new investment of $60 billion. I will subscribe, and I can tell you, we can easily mobilize Nigerians. Announce that is on this code can subscribe up to £20,000. We will mobilize Nigerians in diaspora. No, we are not bringing foreigners to subscribe and buy up those shares. List it on the floor of the Nigeria Stock Exchange. Going forward, we should no longer be allocating oil blocks to individuals. Nigeria is the only place in the whole wide world where oil blocks are allocated to hairdressers, to seamstresses of ex-presidents' wives, and they give them oil block. This time around, anybody who wants to get oil block, all the oil blocks and the oil asset should be consolidated into the new NNPC that is private sector driven. If you want to participate in enjoying the crude oil, buy the share of NNPC. Today, if we do this, if NNPC wants to raise $20 billion by way of issuance of diaspora bond, 10-year bond, to prospect oil resources, or to open more wells, or to even do refineries, Nigerians will subscribe in mass. And then this issue of playing Ponzi game with our national resources. Let me tell you why. They will tell you we'll spend $24 billion importing refined products. And for the first time in the history of this country, if you go and look at the history, from 1999 to 2008, the highest Nigeria ever consumed in a day, PMS, was 28 million liters. Go and check it. And the same thing corresponds with the record at the U.S. Energy Administration Agency. And it had been, and that was as of 2007. When Nigeria had over 4 million middle class who could buy, as of 2007, I bought 2 brand new cars in the same year. I was a senior manager in a bank, and my salary was almost about $170,000 every year. As at that time, we had 4 people were coming back from Goldman Sachs. People were coming from the Wall Street to come and work in Nigeria because Obasanjo built a middle class economy that was thriving before APC came in 2015 and destroyed everything. Some of the guys who came in started leaving Nigeria when Buhari became president. And now, what was the attraction? As at that time, when we had a thriving middle class, when the economy was buoyant, we could only consume 28 million liters of PMS. Then came Buhari. Buhari was prepared with his people to come and steal Nigeria dry. All of a sudden, remember that even when Desiani was minister, when they did the Ponzi games they did with the marketers and they moved the number to 47 million liters, National Assembly is still a probe and they discovered that only 29 million came in. The excess were through Ponzi games, and most of those who were involved were arrested and prosecuted and are still refunding money. And people were screaming. But under Buhari, magic happened. All of a sudden, our daily consumption moved to 58 million, moved to 66 million, moved to 78 million. At the time, it was 102 million. In fact, the thing got to a level that even Buhari's right-hand man, the former customs DG, Ali, was so angry that he was asking them how is this possible when they were trying to blame smuggling. And to see how daft and shallow they are. If you look at the consumption of our neighbors, total daily consumption from Benin Republic to Togo, to Cameroon, to Niger, to Chad. If you look at the 6 contiguous nations that surround Nigeria, their daily PMS consumption was less than 10 million combined. So even if you add their 10 million to our normal consumption of 32 million or 28 million, our daily consumption cannot get to 40 million. But before our very eyes, Buhari and his bunch of thieves told us gleefully that they were importing 66 million, 72 million, and Nigeria swallowed it. Nobody asked question. Nobody, and today, these guys gleefully stole nothing less than 200 billion naira allegedly from this economy. None of them have been prosecuted. None of them have been arrested. None of them have been questioned. And the same kind of pedigree has continued. There is no serious government that will come to power. And you saw a team that superintended over the last 5 years the worst lesson in the history of Nigeria oil and gas industry. And you still retain them if you truly wanted to revive this country. So we have provided solution to what they should do. when they do this, going forward, all the oil blocks, all the oil upstream assets should be consolidated with NNPC. This new NNPC, I can tell you, if they do this new arrangement will attract nothing less than $50 billion. It will boost investors' confidence. And most of the people that left Nigeria to go to Angola, to go to even Cote d'Ivoire, will come back. The truth is, people are wary of this fact. If you take out time to listen to I have a lot of investors, some of my investment banking colleagues from the Wall Street to those in France, Nasiba. In fact, there was a time I used to travel to Dubai 4 times every year. And what was the essence of the trip? I represent a lot of investment banks and hedge funds. My job then was to look at Nigeria, scout for investment opportunities, prepare the pitch book, and go and make a case for them to come and invest here. Because here is one attractive investment climate where any honest investor can come and make money. More money, you can make more money in Nigeria than any other place. Honest money. But the kind of criminality, the kind of opacity, the kind of wickedness that we experience in this land over the last 8 years is something that no sane person will want to embrace. How can you have 2 laws? You made a law that everybody should obey. All of a sudden, you bent it for one person, and the people are clapping and just nobody. Even the media, the worst thing that happened there, we have the worst set of human beings who call themselves media men. A majority of them are so gullible, they are so dumb and daft and ignorant, and most of them are so compromised with brown envelope that they cannot ask questions. A report was carried by Reuters, by Bloomberg, by S&P. I expected the media men, channels, Arise to press it and bring NDP and ask them, how come you get a waiver for somebody to bring in high sulfur product into Nigeria or to refine it? Nobody's asking those questions. And we think that this country can work this way. And I have hopes upon Nigeria. I believe God that something must shift. And for those of you who say, oh, if I am Peter Obi, to be honest with you, I won't bother myself about Nigeria. It can be sickening. I see the average Nigerian, those who call themselves obedient, they will be saying, oh, Peter Obi should set up a media team. What is your role as a human being, as a Nigerian? Peter Obi does not need to spend his private wealth to hire a media team to work for him. I expected the media movement to put themselves together, even if it means to raise funds, to hire the best media team to work for the man. All over the world, people don't use their money to win an election. Even Donald Trump, who is reputed to be a billionaire, is still sourcing for fund even to fight in civil cases. Go and check everywhere in the whole world. Even when Bloomberg was running to be governor under the DSC, he was soliciting for fund. Here in Nigeria is a place where you expect people to destroy their investment, to sell their assets, to win an election, to run an election, to serve you. Where is it done? Obama became the president of America. Obama was the first-time senator. Obama did not have any. Go and check Obama's net worth. Obama wasn't even worth up to $3 million when he vied for president. People rallied around him to support him, to raise money for him, to provide all manner of services. Lawyers were giving him free services. Media men were giving him free media services. But here in Nigeria, people expect a man God has gifted to us, one of the noblest men God has ever created, to still waste. Do you know how much this man has lost? Do we know what this man has suffered in the hand of these monsters over the last how many years, because he dared to contest to save the miserable mobs who have refused to change? Let me tell you, what is happening in Nigeria today happened 2,000 years ago. And I say it. Jesus Christ was on the face of it. He was healing them, caring for them, providing boreholes for them, giving them water, giving them fish, giving them food. And they were all following him. But when the chips were down, the same people that he was helping and healing disappeared. Mobs were hired, mobs like Reno Mokri, mobs like Buaya. And what was the issue? To accuse him falsely, to label all manner of wickedness against him, and to make matters worse. Even when Pilate knew that these guys were all lying, he wanted to give Jesus a leeway for him to escape. They said no. Rather than allow Jesus to go, please release Barabbas, a condemned murderer, rapist, and criminal. And the same happening today. You see people, do you need anybody to tell you who P2B is? There's nobody. The records are very, very clear. It's our job. I don't blame. See, Nigeria is a place where we have a lot of illiterates, even those who call themselves PhD holders and professors. And I don't blame them. A man who do not have the mental and cerebral capacity to interrogate things can always fall for propaganda. And we have an illiterate population of almost about 52%. So you expect the propaganda to sink in. But the propaganda cannot sink in when we who are enlightened stay at the forefront, sacrifice our time, But somebody asked me, how do you even have time to write all these things, to say all this is, and they combine it with your business? I said they've been attacking me. There's nothing they've not done. But for me, I learned from my late father. Poverty does not make any man to be silly or to be corrupt. We were born into one of the poorest families. 8 of us, 6 boys and 2 girls. Go to my village and ask about us. We learned from our father. Somebody asked us one day, how come you don't allow people to rig election in your polling booth? Why not collect money? If people are so poor and you're wicked in your poverty. I said, if being righteous is wicked in my poverty, let it remain. We need to stand up for what is right. We are going to keep on suggesting, keep on putting it there. We need to begin to hype up things. We don't need to be active. Reno Mokri and Boya and the rest of the Ronu bandits are nothing compared to what we can bring to the table. Our job as Nigerians, as patriots, is without malice, tell the truth to the power and bring out alternative actions that should be taken. If it's in housing, we'll show them how to do it. Oil and gas, we'll show them how to do it. Security, we will provide. We will make them look so stupid that Nigerians will know clearly that these guys know what to do. They have received solutions, but in their innest or wickedness have refused to do it. I hear the mic.
Thank you very much. Omo. Whoa. Emeka, thank you very much for that. For that submission. That was God. I mean, that submission deserves some unbundling. That was quite and I like the way you actually put it. That was a laudable submission, because a lot of the things that are happening in Nigeria, truth be told, I used to even tell some people that if not for obedience, you see the little efforts, what looks like effort, let me not say it's effort, what looks like effort that this current criminal administration is doing, it's even because of obedience. It's not that we cannot put it to test. If it were possible to put it to test, it's simple. Obedience, let's go silent. Let Peter Obi himself even just disappear from the scene. Oh my God. You would be. The only reason they are even trying to pretend like they are working and stealing and using it to steal is because they feel like these people go talk, these people go do this. If you remove, so even though these Ronus and Abados and this thing, sometimes they pay me because I feel like we haven't doing them a favor. Thank you very much for that submission. I'm going to come back to AA, but before then, I think Polonium might be here for a long time. Then I'll just take some of our other speakers to just make maybe a very quick submission, or maybe if they have a question to either. So we have Dr. Mo here. We have our brother, Dr. Nemeka. They've given him doctor. You must take it. Then we have Sam. I've given.
Sorry, meanwhile, guys, please, you see, I won't even say, on this platform, there's something that we have done for the past couple of years running this platform is that we never come here and tell people follow us, because for me, you don't even follow us. We just come out here to say the truth, yeah. But please, these people are their voices that we really need to amplify. Voices like Mr. Obianeri, Dr. Mo, these are voices. Zakiri that spoke earlier on. Please follow these guys. These guys are doing amazing work. Please amplify their voices. Let them be heard also. You see their tweets, engage their tweets. I say this all the time, that we give light to nonsense, and the most important things we just we don't look at them. Mr. Obianeri does this. I won't call it a podcast. He goes live on Facebook and he posts those videos also on his handle. Engage those videos. Just listen. There's a whole lot of knowledge you can get from these guys. Dr. Mo always putting out stuff dealing with P2B, but many of us, we see these things out, we just pass, and what is paining me most right now is that many people that do not even propagate P2B's works, many obedient handles that have gotten all the thousands of followers we got is through P2B, because associated with the movement and everything. But you see these works, you never propagate the man's works, whatever he does. You just stay. It's when there's a problem, you remember you have handle. So, please, guys, the ones that are doing the work, please follow them, encourage them, engage their tweets, that's just the way forward. When Nigeria, back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, totally agree. Let's start our media team from there. Then before we go official on this media team.
Exactly, my brother. Exactly.
Yeah. Let me just quickly take Polonium. Polonium, I hope you are close to your phone. After Polonium, I'll quickly take $1 million girl. Then Yusuf, I see you're here. I mean, let's just make like quick submissions. If you have a question for either of guys on the speaker section, you can go ahead. But if not, I mean, you could make your submission around the topic. Polonium, you did it. Okay, I don't know if Polonium is maybe far from his phone or something. If that's the case, then $1 million girl, you can go ahead. Can you guys hear me?
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good. Yeah, it's been a while. Okay, so Dr. Namika, like Emil Saddam just said, writes this amazing pieces. It's from Ethiopia local government that I am from, and we have this platform, and he's always educating us every single day. In fact, I try to put it on my NGO platform, the New Order NG, most of the time. And Dr. Namika, this is another invitation. Please, instead of posting it as write up, I have a whole website dedicated for articles like this on the New Order NG. We're willing to like make that available for you, so people can always go back and read it. You can always post these things as blog posts, and we can push more and get more views, get more insight on the reach. Thank you very much for that, for all you do. Moving forward, see, as the Naira keeps, it's coming back up. And for the past 1 month, I've been having crazy conversations and telling people, hey, this thing is going to come back up. And I'm just hoping because at some point it looks as if you are like one wicked person that really wants the country to fail. To some crazy people, but it's just being realistic, and it's the numbers, the facts and figures that are speaking. And this thing is never going to end well. They know what to do. For example, this band A, whatever that they are doing right now, areas that used to have light don't have light again. Do you really think they didn't know some of us will suffer for it? Me, I'm suffering for it right now. My area used to have 20 hours like non-stop. 1 hour in a day is what they are doing for us right now. Because why? I'm not on band A. What have they done? APC has successfully segregated the remaining class of Nigerians again. This is what they will continue doing, taking and taking and taking and taking. And me, personally speaking, I'm like, why are we still inside the house? I mean, I went to a Malam kiosk this morning and I spent 2,000 naira. It's outrageous. Why would I spend 2,000 naira at the Malam kiosk? Wait till I buy it. Like, I couldn't even phantom the whole thing in my head. Like, what's going on? That is how bad the inflation is. And I'm saying, if I'm complaining, what about the kids? What about people that have family of 6, 7? People can't take frozen food again. People can't take meat again. Egg that you're supposed to turn to, you can't turn to. And Naira is going back on. And when it's reduced, did anything change? We've had that discussion over and over again. I mean, it just shows that we still really need to continue our political literacy, education. We need to keep talking to people. I know it's exhausting, but please, on your status, on all wherever platform you can, always make sure you communicate with people and let them know how devilish these people are. And it is not by mistake. I just gave an example right now with this electricity thing. So thank you very much, everyone. And finally, guys, I'm a female artist. You can stream my music on my status there. I don't really talk about that, but you can go Google, check out my music. And as a matter of fact, I have a listening party this Saturday. In case you are in Lagos and obedient, that would like to join me, please kindly send a DM. We would, settle it, get you invites, and we can listen to good music. Much
All
love.
right.
It's good to be here.
So we are going to be going to Okal, aka $1 Million Girl Listening Party. So please, I think I saw that some days, but I actually reposted it. Check out here if you're in Lagos. God. To say at the Lagos now. Go use down till soft life. But let's I've streamed,
So you're an artist and you're not going to sign into Wahala Records.
She don't get
$1 Million
a colleague
girl.
already.
You know, come me say to Wala, first lady, make you go scatter Tiwa, come up for stage. No, Wala.
Anyway, you know that girl. I mean, I've listened to some of your songs. I've actually listened to some of your songs and your cover, I remember. And they were quite good. I encourage obedient. Maybe engage it tonight after the space. Just go there and listen to 1 or 2 tracks for the road. Thank you very much. The only thing I do not agree with is that you said Nigerians can no longer eat frozen food. I'm going on this one. I'm going to help Tinubu speak. Tinubu did not promise anybody frozen food. What he said is cassava gari ewa. Does that sound frozen to you? He said, is it for eba? Is it for gari? Is it for beans? Best to talk all those food because they talk frozen.
A egg.
A egg. Do they freeze egg? Just leave frozen food. Tinubu actually said when he was coming to give Nigeria. In fact, it's just that he has not even given Nigerians those ones yet. So it's very clear. Anyway, quickly, let me take oh, Polonum has dropped. Yeah. Just Yusuf, are you there? Because this question I want to ask now. Yusuf, are you there? Okay, I don't think we have Yusuf. All right, that's fine. Let me just come to.
I am.
Okay, go ahead. But I think your line is breaking. I think network they deal with Yusuf for Sokoto. Oh, sorry. By Sir or Sir you know, personally, I always have this. For me, one reason I know it's going to be almost impossible. I don't want to, because sometimes when people say these things, I think some people kind of think Nigerians maybe disobedience don't mean well, but the truth is that these are realistic things. I, for one, I used to ask myself, if I want to go and invest in another country, I think one of the first things I'll look at is rule of law. I'm thinking, what happens? What level of protection do I have if I'm now, unfavored? Let's say something happened, I have to go to court. So last week, on Tuesday of VawulenceSpace, I said the only investors that Nigerians can attract now has to be corrupt investors that know they have the tendency to also bribe. For example, I think some days back we saw a video of a white, I don't know if it's a Lebanese person or, but a non-Nigerian, let me put it like that, somewhere in the north, taking pictures with some bandits, and the caption with that video was that he has gone to pay them for protection for his mining, whatever he was doing. So that kind of man now, he knows that that's what he needs to do. But the truth is that real investors that wants to invest money, I don't think that's what they look at for. So I just want to, pick your mind on this, like the real influence. I think Mr. Nemeka also talked about it a lot. The impact of rule of law on the economy, which of course translates to Naira plunging. So what's your take on this?
Yeah. Thank you. 1 minute. So I think there was a time Peter Obi made that comment about rule of law being an intangible asset, and I agree with that assessment. So when we talk about rule of law, there's a tendency to for us to view it in the abstract. We would say it's a situation where the law has, everyone submits to law, where actually men don't govern. Governance is of laws rather than of men. What men do is to pretend the process of governance. It should be law that actually should govern. That's what rule of law means. That the law sets the framework within which everything operates, and it treats everyone the same. And so that what happens then is that it limits the whims of people in government. So it is the law that happens rather than people wake up. If we had rule of law, someone would not wake up and bypass the National Assembly and award a contract to his associates of a value, the most audacious infrastructure project in the history of Nigeria, and probably has the largest sum of any infrastructure project awarded is probably in most of sub-Saharan Africa. It's because we don't have rule of law, because the man has had to inject whim rather than law. So if we look at it from that broad framework, then we can then begin to look at another thing that makes business to progress, or upon which business moves, and that is risk. So what business people do is that they take risks. And when we say risk, people think that risk just means, that risk doesn't mean that there isn't negative, right? It just means that the negative is not certain, but there is possibility of negative or positive outcome, but the negative is not certain. Okay, or if the positive is certain, then it's no longer risk because you're certain. So there's a bit of business operates on certainty within an pursuing on certain goal, but it wants to operate on certainty. So what rule of law does is that it creates predictability for everyone. So there is certainty. You know what to expect. For example, when they did the petitions, it made a nonsense of everyone, lawyers and non-lawyers, because people were saying different things, and the court would do what the court would do is, because they were not following rule of law, you couldn't predict the system. So when it comes to business, the reason that rule of law helps the economy is that, first, it secures property rights. And when we talk about property rights, one of the most important property rights, when we say property rights, people think it is building and intellectual property. Thoughts. People, you know that if you bring an idea and develop it, people are not going to steal it or take the proceeds of your idea. So everyone is encouraged to generate ideas, right? But also investment, when you're sure that your investment stays, because there is something called sanctity of contracts in business, in the business world. You know that whatever business that you do, that things will not change because governments have changed, or because someone in Kano thinks differently. For example, if we have like this, I go back to this Calabar contract, because I am really, really upset with regards to that project. So that's why it's always playing on my mind. But okay, now they've given that contract, or awarded that contract. So because he has not followed rule of law, someone can wake up tomorrow, a new administration can come up tomorrow and decide to review it and cancel it. So it creates a lot of uncertainty. So business people do not want to put in their money where they know that, they don't know what to expect, or where they know that the government is not bound by law. Because one of the things you do, as a business person, you can't ruffle feathers with the government that regulates you. So one of the things that foreign investors would want to know is this a country where there's rule of law? Or would I come in and put in investment? Any person can wake up tomorrow and change the law, or then I would then begin to fight with government. And if you go to the courts would not enforce the law. They would do what the government of the day has asked them to do. So this is one of the practical effects. Even internally also, for example, one of the reasons the Nigerian mortgage industry has not developed, which is one thing that is very, very I'm passionate about, right? Because in Nigeria, you see people who would do civil service 35 years, paying rent for 35 years, and they still die not owning a home and not living well for their children. Whereas mortgage has helped many countries to create a system where poor people can own and build wealth through, paying down for the house slowly, and then they are able to build wealth, and then they can use it to borrow money and start business, or even when they die, at least they know that their children will start on a better footing than them because they would have inherited property. One of the reasons why the Nigerian mortgage industry has not developed is we don't have a central credit registry system, right? So that's understood. But the other thing is because of rule of law. If, for example, you create sell a house on mortgage, and if someone defaults, you'll be in court for 30 years, 20 years. And And what the court in Kano pronounces will be different from what the guy in Aba would do and all that. So these are some of the practical effects. But most recently in the international environment, there's also another drawback that absence of rule of law has created for businesses, and that is reputational risk. So Nigeria is actually has a reputational risk element. Some companies actually, no matter how the prospect in the Nigerian market, they will not like to come because it creates reputational risk for them. Because you can't believe this, but there are counterparts who will not deal with you because you deal with Nigeria, because they think that you would have exposed yourself to bribery and corruption. Because what has happened in most foreign, especially in the Western world, places like the UK, they have the UK like Bribery Act. US has what they call Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. So what these laws do is that, for example, under the UK Bribery Act, if you are a UK person or a UK registered business, if you are involved in bribery or anything that looks like corruption, even outside the UK, for example, in a place like Nigeria, you can face criminal trial even in the UK, or you can pay fines. So the point is that because Nigeria is a place where there is no rule of law, there is bribery, there is all these funny things, it creates reputational risk and even operational risk for a lot of organizations, a lot of companies who would have been ready to bring their money. For example, I saw photographs with Bayo Ogunlesi of infrastructure partner that's now, I think, BlackRock. They will not invest in Nigeria. There's a reason why they run away from some developing countries. They will not. That's photo. I saw people writing that they are coming to invest in Nigeria. They will not. Nigeria poses a reputational risk for BlackRock. They are not coming because there's so much opacity in what we do in Nigeria. So these are some of the ways that this rule of law thing affects the industry. Foreign direct investment would not come in. People are not energized to, think about developing intellectual property, doing businesses. In Nigeria, people have sent proposals to government, including my brother Nemeka here. I know some that I've discussed with him. Send proposal to government, they will not do it. They will not, send a proposal for like a joint venture. They will turn around and do it the criminal way so that they can loot money, but then they would circumvent you. But you can't try things like that in countries where there is rule of law. So, in my view, these are the ways that rule of law has practical effect, and there's a reason why a place like the UK, for example, with all its imperfections, but there's a reason why every business goes there. There's a reason why almost every arbitration, international contracts, where people would choose that it will be governed by English law. It is because of rule of law. There's a reason why the US currency remains, regardless all that other competing currencies have tried to do and all their geopolitical adversaries have tried to do. There's a reason why the US dollar remains, the dominant medium of exchange. Is because of openness, transparency, rule of law, that backstops the dollar. The dollar is not backstopped against any asset other than the faith and credit of the faith people have in the United States and its honor. Basically, just to reduce it in layman language, it's just the honor of the nation and nothing else. And that honor comes from the fact that there is predictability. What we say the law will do, it will do. People, that your rights are secured. That, you can plan. But the problem with Nigeria is that there isn't rule of law. If this one comes, it throws in. Okay, look at what has happened in Kaduna State. The guy went and got loans, and he has been discussing with people because part of the elements of those loans was to energize investments. Now that is being reviewed, whether for political reasons or because he didn't do it right. and all that is going to maybe crumble. So these things have practical effects. That's what I can say for now. I'm back to you, not mindset.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. I'm going to come to Mr. Unemeka back now, but I mean, there's something you said that struck me, and I was just thinking off my head. I was just thinking, I had an experience here where, and this is not even an investor's experience. This is like personal experience. So I was going to travel between two countries somewhere in Europe, and I had my ticket booked a day before the flight. The flight was postponed to the next. Not like the flight was cancelled, basically to the next. They moved it to the next day. I just called and they moved it to the next day. But the next flight they gave me was more convenient actually for me than the one I booked. The one I booked because it was cheaper. The one they gave me was better. If I had money at the time I booked it, I would have booked that one actually. And I went and I came back. If you done things around Europe, you know that if your flight is cancelled, probably some of you don't also know. If your flight is cancelled within 2 weeks before the flight, except it's through an act of force majeure, or how they call it, like act of God, like something that is beyond anybody's control. But if it's the fault of the airline or anything that is not God, you are entitled to some kind of compensation. So long story short, I traveled without flights back. I traveled when I was supposed to, the next day. Then I came back, it was return flight, and because I knew I was entitled to this, all I had to do was send an email. Of course, the airline initially wanted to just say, "Oh, we are sorry, it was not our fault." But when I insisted, and I was like, I really don't care, I'm entitled to some kind of compensation, this and that. And initially, they didn't respond. Next thing, I just wrote an email, and I was like, okay, if I'm not going to get a response, I may have to contact a lawyer to do this. The next email they replied me was, "Oh, we are sorry, this and that. Kindly send your account details for refund." And they refunded me an amount that was more than the money I used to book the flight to and fro. Like what they refunded me was higher than what I used to book the flight to and fro. But I didn't use the flight already. So basically, I traveled for free and I got extra change. Reverse in Nigeria currently, I have a ticket currently in Nigeria with one of the airlines that I booked. They canceled the flight. They did not even inform me. I did not know that they canceled the flight. They canceled the two-way flight. And till today, I never see Shimba. I have sent mail. I have made calls. And I'm thinking about going to court, and I'm just thinking in my mind, what do you want to go and do in court? Like this airline, they probably just have one judge in their pocket that will just, before your case even appear. So when you talked about uncertainty, that just came to my mind as even a Nigerian. So I'm just thinking, what are investors thinking when we want investors to come in? So and you said something about when you have a business in Nigeria, people don't want anything to do with you. Like foreign investors, you have a business because they feel like you have been exposed to corruption. And that's heartbreaking. Mr. Enemeka, I see your hand is up. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, let me give you an example. The basic economics, anybody who is a human can think will tell you factors of production: land, human capital, machineries, and then money, which is the cash. The most important of this is human being, and then the land itself, and which God gave us naturally. And ask anybody who is a banker. One of the reasons why banks lend, you want money from a bank to do. If you like the house,
Mr. Nameka, we're having this break in transmission with your network. I don't know. Am I the only one?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Just Saddam. It's breaking. Okay, try. Let's see. Try.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go on, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go on, sir.
So, if you want to borrow money from any bank in Nigeria today, if you don't have any house in Banana Island, in Maitama, in Asokoro, in VI, in Lekki, in fact, if you have any house anywhere outside any of the major cities, no bank will listen to you. And of course, the banks themselves know that the process of recovery of a collateralized and landed of property in Nigeria is so cumbersome and so difficult. Anoze pointed out something about the ease of doing business and the issue of rule of law. What will it take us to unbundle the most important assets, the most important resources in productivity, which is land, to make the ease of transferability of the land in such a way that businesses We can do housing. Nigeria today has over 17 million housing units, a deficit that would require almost about 510 trillion naira to fix. And to fix it, we need to go beyond the physical revenues. Nobody has bothered to ask. We have been talking about the amendment of the Land Use Act. We have been on this thing. Between 1960 to 1966, we didn't have the kind of criminality that we have under the 1999 Constitution that gave governors so much power. Go and check most of the governors in some of the top cities. You will see clearly that once they become governor, the first thing they look, they go to land office and begin to look for land to steal. The Land Use Act gave so much power to the governors. Of course, the Land Use Act made it possible for them, if land is going to be used for overriding public interest, that the state can take it. Of course, they will compensate you. But that law has been abused totally by the governors. Look at the way that's happening in Lagos State. The landmark ecosystem is over $300-400 million ecosystem that employs over 6,000 people, directly and indirectly. They want to destroy that investment, an ecosystem that any other person in the other part of the world will give a leg and a hand to sustain, just because some people want to criminally do a project that is 1 million times over bloated. Take out time to go and look at the Yavi Expressway that was done in China. 204 kilometers, 121 kilometers of it across bridges that were passed through rivers and atrocious mountainous areas at a cost of $14 million per kilometer. Our own is 18 million. So they want to destroy an ecosystem that creates over 6,000 jobs, $400 million sized, just for nothing, when they can actually create alternative paths to boycott that. And that shows you the level of the. Why not amend the Land Use Act? The Land Use Act was supposed to be, for example, if you want to use land to do do schools, to do roads, to do hospitals, public use. But today, that is why if you go to a place like Imo State, Rochas came in and was busy grabbing every amount of land he could see. Rochas left. This other governor came and is revoking all these CFOs. I know of a friend, my schoolmate, who left as a director in Shell. The boy sold his properties, 2 of them in Lekki Phase 1, to go to know the capital threat. His house is about to be pulled down. He has been begging all his sweat, a young man who worked hard, working for Shell. Because of the ego, he has CFO, everything, he paid all the dues. Now, if the Land Use Act was to be amended the way it should be amended, and how do you amend it? Very simple. Why do you think none of them have ever about that? This is the simplest thing they can do. No, they don't. See, Nigeria is such a crime scene. What will it take you? Just amend the relevant sections. Land is transferable. Make the transferability of land very easy. 2, define what public interest is in clear terms. And then, for example, if government is going to take somebody's land that he has already purchased to build schools, what will be the level of compensation? Will it be subject to the governor's whims and caprices? Or should there be a basic level of valuation that will ensure that property rights are respected? I'll give you an example. In 3 years ago, I brought some group of, since 2007, I've been working with Nigerians in diaspora, so those of Igbo extraction. And I was talking with them. Some of them told me they have if you ask anybody who lives in Owerri, during celebrations, Owerri hotels are fully booked. People read all manner of negative inside it. It's not true. Basically, most diaspora stay in Owerri. They come with policemen, they stay in hotels, and then they will go to their villages in the day and then retire in Owerri in the night because of insecurity. Now, I started talking to those guys, and when I took out time to compute how much they waste anytime they come for Christmas, and I asked them, I said, why go to hotels and pay hotels now? Why not we develop a banana island kind of thing in Owerri? Get 50 hectares of land. We will build it, furnish it, have our own power generation, our own water, everything. Now you can just, if it's for 5-bedroom, you can just do a penthouse where you spend if you come for Christmas, and then you will use the remaining to do Airbnb. They bought into it. They were so excited, and we arranged the structures. HFP was supposed to be the developers. Dele Matters. Any of you that know Dele Matters can confirm this, because I always like saying verify. We did everything. The funding was put in place, about $100 million. Then we met the governor more than 4 times. And now, because of the experience we saw at Omole, Omole estate was forcefully taken from the family, and they went to court and they won. After about 20 years, they got judgment at the Supreme Court. Today, those who have CFO from the governor, they are now being made to pay more money on what they paid for. We didn't want to have that experience. That's okay. And we know the governor has every right to the land. He can easily grab it. Let us go and meet the community. At least bring them in, compensate them adequately so they will not go to court. Of course, the committee was already in court with government. So we did our own valuation. What would be the fair value to make sure every one of them is happy? 2.9 billion. And the committee was so excited. We even showed them proposition of how we employ their people and they were so excited. They do know what's cut to that transaction. The governor will not hear of it. How can you count 2.9 billion and give to the community? The land belongs to him. So all he wanted was how he will corner everything, make so much money. That is the level of greed. Amend the Land Use Act. They will not amend it. If the Land Use Act is amended the way it should be amended, once somebody owns an asset, he can easily transfer it. Of course, government will make money when there is sales and the purchase of land or properties. Because there should be a certain percentage that will go to government, which makes it fine. The government should even encourage more exchanges of sales and transactions. But that land belongs to that person in perpetuity, and banks can easily foreclose and change ownership within 2 weeks. If we do this, a lot of transaction will happen. I'm a banker, so I understand this. But these guys are not willing to. We have been on this. What of insecurity? We all are aware that one of the greatest no for investors is the insecurity in Nigeria. Most diasporans are no longer coming back home. And if diasporans used to come back home the way that would have been influenced. Because ask anybody, when we say we have $25 billion diaspora remittances, actually the amount that comes in informally is bigger than that. Ask anybody, ask announce them. Some of them, when they're correct, is putting at least 3,000-5,000 pounds in their pocket. Because our people are much cash oriented, apart from the little they do through IMTOs. But yet, because of the insecurity, most diasporas are not coming back. I know of a group of medical doctors in my village. Every Christmas, they come in, they do medical intervention. They spend almost about $50,000 among themselves. For the past 3 years, they've not visited the village. That money is not flowing in. Now, how do you tackle insecurity? These guys are aware that the current security architecture of Nigeria is so compromised. Most of the Boko Haramites, the bandits and kidnappers are now in uniform. So basically, the only way to make here secure is to go back to what worked for us between 1960 to 1966, giving security back to the communities. This current president told us of how he was going to recruit 50 million youths, feed them with Agbado, with Ewani, and all those stuff. And we came to him up with an open proposal. Mr. President, you don't need to spend 50 million, employ 50 million youths and feed them with Agbado. We have a very structured template on how these things can be funded that will not touch your FAC or your JAC. Go to each of the electoral wards in Nigeria, 8,809. Ask the communities. P2B did it. Whenever we always say P2B, some of them get rancor, they get angry. But there is a template. Peter wasn't the commander-in-chief, but he's the number. Now you're the commander-in-chief. Put up a new structure. Buhari wasted $27 billion and they ended up spreading insecurity from northeast to every part of Nigeria. The criminal establishment in our current security apparatus, they cannot allow security to work. It has become an industry bigger than oil and gas. So what do we do? Based on your own manifesto, your own promise, let the communities select their sons. Communities know those who are criminals, those who are armed robbers, those who are on drug. Just like P2B did, let them go contribute 100 of their youths. Go train them to be anti-terrorist soldiers. Train them very, very well. When you have trained them, finish, take them back to their wards. Give them AK-47 in every local government area. Get a nursing and Proforce and Nord to produce 4 armored personnel carriers and 3 machine gun mounted trucks, 40 motorcycles in every electoral ward, and 2 nursing trucks. We've done the numbers. It will cost us $3.5 billion as capital expenditure. The current expenditure to run this thing will be about $1.6 billion annually. In fact, you will pay them very well. 150 million, 50,000 naira each and every one of them, with health insurance, with life insurance, and then we will create industrial clusters, at least 1,000 hectares in every of the wards where we have land. in a way that we can create agro-industrial belt, not like what Michael Obama did, in a way that we can get about $150 to $170 billion, or even more than that annually. We will be able to produce everything we eat, and we will have non-oil export more than oil and gas. And you know why this thing will work? When you post these people, let me tell you why the Boko Haramites and the ISWAP and the people that are creating problems are succeeding. If you post somebody from Okigwe to go and secure somebody in Kano, they will use religious bigotry and to set up those security men and kill them and murder them there. They will think they are killing a cafe and everything. But if you come to a community, take for instance in Kaduna State, where they came to kidnap 280 kids, assuming that we had an agro rangers, military men, picked from that local government area, 1,200 of them with 4 armored tanks and 3 machine gun mounted trucks and AK-47. Tell me how they will allow their sons and their wives and their daughters to be kidnapped by anybody, whether they share the same religion or whatever religious ideology. Blood is thicker than water. They will, and did you know this ISWAP, this unknown government in the southeast, they are not ghosts. I was chatting with somebody that said in the southeast they were able to operate through terrorizing the indigenous. In fact, there was even a video that was circulating where they made the communities to swear an oath to them not to provide intelligence because they had AK-47, and these guys are not even up to 100 in number. So in the same local government where ragtag, drug ravaged, less than 100 people are operating, and you have 1,000 military men from the same community, farm rangers with more sophisticated weapons, those guys will either disappear or they will bury them alive. If we put in this unique security architecture, in 6 months, just like what people to be the Anambra State, Nigeria will be the most secured country in the whole world because we know ourselves. We will chase away these bandits. You cannot see even those people that are mining gold in Zamfara State. The local people will chase them out because you cannot use religion, you cannot use whatever, tribalism, to make a man allow you kidnap his own wife. There's no amount of money you will give to a man that will allow you rape his own wife and kidnap his own son, no matter the ideology. But these guys, and we told them how they can fund this. Don't need jack because, and then put it under the National Security Advisor. Set up security trust fund and divide how these monies will contribute. Then on the agro clusters will income from there will contribute 3%. We ran the numbers. We can actually generate $10 billion to fund $1.6 billion recurrent expenditure. We have excess money. UNDP, everybody, World Bank will donate. But do you know why these guys will not do it? They don't care. It's not as if they don't understand that these things we are saying are the truth. Most of them are so corrupt, they are so wicked. Sometimes I feel that they are the sons of the devil. You know, the devil came to kill, to steal, and to destroy. And when Jesus Christ was here, he called them the brood of vipers. Most of the people who purport to govern us are brood of vipers, because I don't know why anybody will hear these things. Will repeatedly say, listen, even my 11-year-old daughter knows that this thing I'm saying will work. We've tried it. When the mafias were disturbing Aba, the traders came together and formed Bakassi and cleared them out. Then imagine where you have such sophisticated security arrangements across every inch of Nigeria. 880,000 new infants posted in their own localities. How big is Nigeria? But do you know why? They have because if Nigeria is in chaos, they will be able to rig an election. If Nigeria is in chaos, nobody will ask them questions. Nobody will begin to ask them. That is what is happening. So, my brother, the God of heavens will hear. You know, sometimes, these spaces are the only place where we can vent our anger, vent our frustration, and say it. And I know they are listening. For most of you who are sneaked in to listen, please, whether you are in DSS or in the army, whatever, please, we are begging you, go and beg our commander-in-chief. If they don't know how to, we will offer them at pro bono. We will provide them with the templates. And God will help us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I almost thought I had commander-in-chief, but maybe sorry. Anyway, it's VawulenceSpace in me. All right, quickly. Okay, we're about start right now, but I know we have a couple of speakers. I'm going to YouTube, but I'm going straight to YouTube now. But Mr. Grave, Vivalex, Asha, if you know you are here and you want to speak, just raise your hand up, because immediately after Mr. Yusuf, maybe let's just take about 2 minutes to either make a submission or ask a question. Then I'll go back to then we'll round up with final comments from all our speakers today. Okay, you should go ahead.
All right. Well, meaning good evening. My brother, Dr. Mo. Good evening. My auntie, Bolanle. Good evening. Our chief, Emir Sadan. Thank you for everything you're doing. Oga Jimmy, you did down there today. Wow. I'm surprised. Kempela, sir. Good evening. And every obedient here, almost 1,000 of us, and others who are only here to listen but are not wise enough to choose the right side. It's a privilege speaking here, and thank you for the privilege, and I really appreciate and don't take it for granted. I will base my submission only on PO attacks because for Edo, I'm certain that from the distance I am still making my impact, my little input. Uh, I have I have stayed in many parts of Nigeria, and one of them is the South. And then I know so many people from Edo, and I have been making calls. I've been resuming connections. So I am sure my input will be made, and I hope that people will wisen up because I see no justification for anybody to still be supporting these terrorists who hold power by force till date. It's something that still keeps me bewildered. Is it for the money? So let me stay on pure attacks. Now, I will believe that anybody who is still at this moment, wherever you are in Nigeria, whoever is still believing that PO is still a hypocrite, or still believe that what PO is doing is fake, then the person is as dumb as a pig. There is nothing, there is no way you can prove that person otherwise. And I don't intend to go too harsh on them, but I am finding myself just naturally doing it these days. When there is a conversation between me and any of these guys, if you're still telling me Peter Obi is fake, I'll just ask you, come on, where is your brain? Is there any other thing you need to know? So, like Dr. Mo said, I'm an advocate of silence to those kinds of people tweet. Reno Mokri is trying to regain fame because he has dropped so much. His tweets don't have traction any longer. And then he came back to attacking Peter Obi and he's getting audience again. We have to collectively ensure that we keep him where his rightful place is. And other people as such, we should just learn. Let's practice in our quiet place. Let's practice neglect. Let's practice snobbing. And then let's try it up on X and see how these guys will go quiet. They want to build fame using our name so that they can also have a voice in 2027. But I guarantee you that if these guys don't get that fame, they are as useless as whatever you can call them. So let us just keep them in the place. However, I I will keep I will keep encouraging every obedient in your little way. This is a collective effort. This is a collective effort. Just don't go too mega, but make sure that the 5 people you sit with, you initiate that conversation. You let them understand who Peter Obi is. If you don't have the money to go to a radio channel to broadcast it, be the radio yourself. Just sit down. If you're in the north, we have Teburin Shai. You sit down there where you're taking Shai. You just initiate the conversation from nowhere. Just pick politics. When I'm riding on my way, I take people. I will give you a lift if I see that you're of good age, voting age. I will give you lift, and then I won't be fast. I'll be very slow so that we will discuss for long. Before you may be going only a kilometer, away, but I'll make sure we spend 30 to 40 minutes on that road so that we will discuss and then you will see reasons. So with that, we will have a boomerang effect.
Yeah.
Before you understand, nobody can be deceived again.
Yeah.
And then if you see my tweet today, we are planning something very small. I have been calling Capital Sheriff Garzali CD. He's my good friend here, and he's one of the persons I trust as an obedient in Sokoto. So I have called him. I say you should come and join hands with me. Let's do something. And I can't say it on space for sure, but I'll be tweeting it as we go. And when they are detecting we are going to switch move, I guarantee you, just keep walking in the south. The north will be covered by
Yeah.
God's grace. I don't say much. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yusuf. Did you? I know not many may know you on the street with this name, this correct name, but if you've been around X and for some time and the obedience, you know Did you. Thank you very much for that submission. All right, quickly, I'm going to go straight to Mr. Gray. Mr. Gray, are you there? So I just want to believe maybe, I know Mr. Gray, Vivalex, Asha, you guys probably are not the regular VawulenceSpace speakers, so you probably don't know how to raise your hand. But Mr. Gray, are you there? Meanwhile, big shout out to our brother, Motayo, Kaduna resident, is here on the space. And Miss B, that's my big sister, Miss Barriat, is also on the space. Big shout out to you guys. Okay, Mr. Gray is not there. Vivalex, are you there? Vivalex.
Yes, I'm here. Can everyone hear
Yeah,
me?
go ahead. You have 2 minutes, please. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. And thanks a lot for the space. It's been quite a while. I haven't attended this space, but I've been listening for a while, and I really appreciate that the movement is being sustained. It was depressing after a long time, and I see we need to pick it up one step at a time. We need to move it. We need to keep going. They say when you fall, don't stay down. You have to wake up, because when you fall, there are a lot of things you learn. And then when you pick up your speed, it's better than before. I want to shout out my sister here, Sis Adara. Um, thank you for joining, Sis. But I have a little worry with this movement and PO's, being in leadership. And when I say leadership, I mean that I am very convinced that he will lead not just Nigeria, but the African continent, because we're looking up upon him. Eyes are watching him, ears are listening to him. So my worry here is the fact that one of the things that is keeping our continent behind is the fact that there are no institutions put in place to do checks and balances. If those institutions were in place, all the problems that we're facing and that we've been enumerating here will be curbed by half or 75%. My question is, how does PO hope to redress some of these issues? Because being at the leadership is completely different from actually putting together those policies that will limit or curb some of these excesses that come as a result of lack of proper and strong institutions that will eventually reduce some of the problems that we have in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole. What is he doing to get prepared towards these things as he prepares to run again in future
Okay.
elections. Is my thank you so much again.
All right. Thank you very much, Vivalex. It's good to have you back. Like you said, you've not been around for some time. I really wish. I think that question is probably only you that can ask that can answer that question. But thank you very much for that question, and practically understand your concern as well. Although Pio has not told us he's contesting for 2027 himself, but I perfectly get your question. Maybe when Dr. Mo is rounding up, giving his final statement on the space, he might also make reference to some of it, maybe some of the things that Pio has whispered to him that may fit your answer. But one thing I'm sure is that Peter Obi is already ready for leadership. To be honest, I just it's quite unfortunate. I don't think we've ever had someone this prepared for leadership, and we actually gave him that, but Reinek happened. But hopefully, like you said, and I like the fact that you're optimistic about it. All right, Asha, are you there? Asha. Okay, Asha is not there. So let me quickly go to Mommy B. Mommy B, I see your hands up. I know you want to please make our announcements. Mommy B, are you there?
I'm laughing. Like you said, make our announcement. No, I have just one in relation to space. Other people saw during PO's space on parallel facts. I told him about a report, which I then subsequently met him to give him a copy of that report on insecurity and education. So we're holding a space on Saturday. Dr. Mo, take this as your invite to Avec, where we would be discussing the findings in the report as it relates to the impact. I mean, we're going to hear from people on the ground who are trying to bring education to those children who have been displaced because of the insecurity. Um, and we'd like to invite you all. It's being hosted by PSJ UK. This is an organization that has been working really hard in Nigeria through different means, both humanitarian work, doing all the lobbying they need to do, trying to access the international community to bring attention to the continued insecurity. Right, so it's on Saturday at 10 a.m. Please, when you see me share the space, I mean, I've put it on the Jumbotron, so if you want access to that report, it makes for a sobering read. There's a link there that you can link on to get a copy of that report. Also, just to let you know, I mean, we are in the UK, we're going to have a candlelight procession because unfortunately our government is too busy looting to declare a day of mourning. Any other country in the world, if they lose 200 people on one day, right? They would declare 3 days of mourning. Niger just workers pass. The people are no longer, the value of life in Nigeria is next to zero. So we'll be having a candlelight procession, and I think the governor of the state will be in the UK, and we want to take advantage of that. I haven't put that out now. He's doing a question and answer session. If you're in London next week on the 2nd, hey, come and ask this man, come and pull his legs, because as the number one person responsible for security in the state, the man not to try, right? So that's an opportunity for us to ask him questions and drag him. But more importantly, we want to have that candlelight procession to remember those who have gone, right? But then to hold a candle of hope for those who are still trying to survive, right? So if you want more information on that, please DM me. Alternatively, when we're talking about it on the space on Saturday, I would have more information. I can share it directly. Duvex, well, meaning I know I've spoken for longer than I thought I would. So let me just yield the mic back to you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
all right. Thank you very much. Actually, I was going to also add this as well. So earlier today, I put out a tweet. It's on the Jumbotron currently. It's on my timeline. I won't want to talk about it much, but I want to encourage everybody to, I feel like these are some of the few things that we can do to help make things easier for ourselves. I mean, even if, or at least to attempt to help. So then, very importantly as well, on Saturday is the Obedient Fitness Walk in Edo with Olumide Akpata. I'm sure with Asama as well, who is deputy governorship candidate, who will most likely be having on space anytime soon. I don't want to put a date on it. So as soon as to confirm that, we'll let everyone know. But please let's try to help share that as well. All right. I think I'll just come to I don't know if Dr. Mo is still here. Don't go face walk. I'll just take Dr. Mo, AA and Mr. Onemeka, just some final words, 1 or 2 minutes as we start to round up. Dr. Mo, are you there?
Yeah, this is the longest I've attended, so I'm working alongside.
The course today now, you go follow us, start and finish, and you kept. Go ahead.
Thank you. I mean, for even if you hate me, because we receive so much complaint, if you follow me, you'll be able to know what is happening per time. There are people who have said, I mean, if we have hundreds of thousands of people following people who are insulting PO every day, and then you have some of us giving real time, even if you don't like me, just follow and receive those informations now, so that you know that PO is aware and is also concerned. Just day 4 days ago, when he had to sleep in Kaduna, if you understand what, in terms of security, we can't announce where he's going to, and I'm saying it here, including those who are here to hear it, because it's not election year. It will not be announced, and I want obedience to be patient and understand that he can only leave trails. That is why you will see that only after we're left, sometimes I'm the one to post and say, okay, this has happened. That's how it's going to be for now, and sometimes I've had a lot of calls home and abroad, many people in America and all of that. Even the Harvard lecture, it wasn't supposed to be announced. I can't talk about the security implications here, but just understand that and just be patient with PO on that. As of 2027, PO is going to be the president of Nigeria. It's not a question to he's running 100%. He's going to run, and even though campaign hasn't started, we're not campaigning, but preparations are on ground, and he's going to run. It's not a secret. The announcement will be made, but it's important for us to know that. So it's not even something to debate about. What is PO's responsibility to do? He will do it. If there are things that needs his attention, PO does not share questions with people. PO will not send Dr. Mo or Tanko or someone to speak for him. PO will speak for himself. That I say you can say, Dr. Mo, go and say this, but he speaks for himself. He's not the type of leader that relegates, or he doesn't do that. And that's why, even if you look at my timeline right now, I just shared the what happened, because now when the interview happened, because I have a lot of obedience saying that we can't release the location where it's happening. It will not be done, and I need obedience, especially those in the media, to understand that once it's done, this is going to be for now, because you don't want to know. If you know how much this present government, if they have a way to just shut him down immediately, they will do it, because it's taking all the shine on them. And we are not afraid. We're not ashamed. There's nothing there. It needs to be said. And obedience needs to understand that. Let's continue to do what we need to do and pray. And yes, Nigeria is the only country we have. We're not afraid. And it's going to be done. We just need to be cautious, and also to be security conscious. We don't have any other country than this, and we're going to fix it. If it took 82 years for civil rights movement to break, it took 87 years to break apartheid. We have, with the help of PO, what we did in just 1 year, it took 50 years for other nations to do it. And that's why we know that come 2027, all the lessons from 2023 are going to be put in place. I'm saying that to say that, and I say this humbly, for 23 days consecutively, and that's why I was at the DSS 3 times, but they couldn't keep me there. I led the protest on ground for 23 days. We were divided as a people. What is PO's to do, he will do. We're not waiting for PO to tell somebody to go and march on the street. The UN outgoing, what's it called now? They call it residents, said something. Dr. Mo, 6 million people voted for PO. We don't even have 5,000 people. We are out every day with 2,000 and less, 1,000. The international community and people responds to number. If you even have 20,000 people, 10,000 people coming out, it will be a different equation today. Many people argue with it, but I'm telling you, even with the outgoing EU director, he said, if you have 20 to 30,000 people come out on the street, this guy will not be, but that's a story for another day. But what I'm saying is that it's under the context that I want us to be assured there are things that we need to do as obedience. For example, we have about 50 people who have been elected into office. They need to be speaking. We need to, and by the way, Saddam, I need to get the FCT senator to come and speak here. We need to get, we put them there in the office. Most of the things we're asking PO to is whatever is PO's on to do. PO always exceed what is his to do. What is ours to do? There are bills to write. There are things to do. We need to even help those. Many of them in the House are very ignorant. They don't even understand the articulation and attending to how even the proceedings of speaking. It's ours. We have professionals here. Many of us are, even in our own right. We must call them. We must know them by name. There are about 50 of them, senators, House of Rep, and we have them. It is our responsibility. It's not PO's to do. So we have to do them. And it's time to, Saddam, we're doing some things. We're going to separate our offices and departments and ensure that we do that. And so I'm appealing to obedience to just be patient and follow through and understand and do what we need to do. Lastly, as part of my submission, I used to hold some classes on Clubhouse, not here, but we will extend them. And based on one of the submissions that was made, how to know that any government is responsible, there are 2 things at the base level, which has been spoken here today. It has to do with the legal reform and civil service reform. They are baselines. Even if there are no infrastructure, human development capacity, there are no interventions of any kind. If those 2 things are done, you know that the government is serious. What that means is that the Bola Ahmed Tinubu regime does not regard, they are doing nothing. This is zero, this is retrogression. And it's important to know that because legal and civil service reform is not something that they're not even concerned about it. And when you do legal reform, you're talking about the courts, you're talking about the police, you're talking about the military and the guys. And then when you talk about civil service, because what is happening with the coastal route and all of that, these are us, but this government, and these are discussions that we need to have in detail and all of that. As I round off, I just need to say that where we are today is like where Rwanda were in 1994. Where we are today is like where Europe were in the last 150 to 200 years. We are not competing with these people. Where we are today is like we are like the founding fathers of the developed nations. Our job is cut out. We're not here to compete with the current status of where the world is. We are actually, it is upon the foundation of our work and our resolve that a new Nigeria will be built. And therefore, let's hold this to heart and know that we will do this for the rest of our lives. And God bless you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Mo. It broke my heart when you say where we are today is where Rwanda was. Where we are is where Rwanda was. Wow. We are not comparing. We are not using African countries soon. But I totally agree with you. Like a lot that you said. I think I would pretty much want to plead with obedience. Especially when we put a lot of these maybe suggestions. I know majority of us actually do it very constructively, like I said earlier. But to those that probably do it like is a do or die, I feel like this is gang kind of thing. Let's also be mindful. Like there's someone like Yunus Atanko that is doing a lot. Moving with people all around, who's a media person, sacrificing his time. Sometimes I just imagine if that man comes online and see what people just say and he's looking at himself like, so as people trying to say, I don't know what I'm doing or I'm not. I mean, it's okay to constructively
In fact,
suggest.
let me, sorry
Yeah.
for cutting you. Many people don't even know that. I don't even want to be the pictures and the videos that I do. You don't see me in those. I'm supposed to be sitting down like Dr. Mo following PO. Sometimes you say, can you stop? And I say, no, we need information. Our people need to know. And I'm saying it for obedience to know. I don't care about being in the videos and in the pictures. What is important is to have it out there, is to have the records. So it's sacrifice beyond what we can imagine. And the rest are not things we can discuss on open spaces. But this is our lives and this is our time, man.
Yeah. So please, when we do that, let's just try to do it in such a way that we acknowledge the sacrifices that these people are making. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's do it in such a way that it doesn't look as if these people they don't know what they do. With media, I mean, it's sometimes, but like I said, most people say it's constructively, and I agree with those people. All right, Sir AA. Any quick final words, and thanks you've been around. I think Mr. Onemeka has dropped now. Thanks to you guys. It was for me. It's a good space. Mr. A, are you there?
Yes,
Yeah,
well,
go ahead.
meaning. Thank you, everyone. What do I say? Well, I think I want to encourage us just to stay the course because we, as Dr. Mo said, we are doing the battle for, trying to battle for our lives. Because the way I see the situation that Nigeria is in at the moment is, I like to take a historical perspective, perspective of history around it. The way I see Nigeria now, that apart from the cues of 1966 that ultimately derailed the nation, and the civil war that was a very, very colossal tragedy. We've seen other things like the times of Abacha, but the way I stack these things is the cues of 1966, the civil war. After that, for me, the next biggest tragedy that has faced Nigeria was APC winning power in 2015. Because what the APC has done is that they have destroyed whatever was left of Nigeria. In economy, in institutions, even during Abacha, things were bad, but the institutions actually did work. APC has decimated every institution in Nigeria. They have devalued the Nigerian people. The value of the Nigerian person is, degraded to a level that we have not seen before. They talk about the economy. APC has cut the Nigerian GDP in half in 8 years. By the time the GDP was rebased in 2013, it was about 450 billion. About 2014, it was about 500 and something billion. Today is about 252, half in 8 years. This is what APC. In about 2007, here we were here in the UK with 2007, 2008. People were going back to work in Nigeria. My friends who went back to work in Nigeria, most of them are now part of the Japa community, coming back to do care work. People who went back after doing master's degree, PhD, to go and join a middle class that Obasanjo and Yaradua had produced. These guys are now back to do menial jobs in the UK. It's a tragedy. So what we are doing is trying to save the nation. And that's why I will encourage any person to just continue to, well, let's not be thinking only about elections. Election is just about is a ritual for democracy, but building a nation takes more than election cycles. Just like what we are doing, let's not get so flustered when people throw in all this propaganda. The way to look at it is that, as one man called Henry Adams would say, politics, whatever its professions, has always been the systematic organization of hatreds. So they would try and organize these hatreds by creating stories that will make you dislike Peter Obi, hate him, love him. Just stay the course. Let's continue what we are doing as Nigerians. But I think I want to encourage every Nigerian, if we want to save the nation and try to sustain the dignity of the black man, the APC must be removed in power, if not from power rather. If not, if this continues, I doubt Nigerians may be on the streets begging, for just food to eat. I'm telling you that GDP cut in half in 8 years. And we've not gone through a full-blown war. When Buhari came, when Jonathan was about leaving, insecurity was contained only in the northeast. Today, it's metastasized all parts of Nigeria, like a metastatic cancer. All parts of Nigeria, everything is destroyed. So, and then we now have in power a group of people who are, when Buhari was there, he wasn't doing anything right, but at least he ignored us. But now we have a group of people who are doing probably worse or as bad as Buhari, but using propaganda to tell us that Nigeria has become a Dorado. So we need to get these people out of power. And who is that person we are working with? Is Peter Obi. I don't think that Peter Obi is a genius. I don't think Peter Obi will be, would be the greatest leader on earth. But the reason that I support him is that he embodies what's leadership, the very hallmark of leadership, which is the power of personal example. He will talk about, his personal example. He's about to set personal examples. And if once you have a leader like that, I think we can begin to mend the nation and repair this country, and then throw APC in the dustbin of history where they should belong. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. AA. When you were listening, the things that Nigeria has gone through that has been a shaping or bastardizing point, and you said it. I was waiting for you. I thought you would say APC. When you said APC is like, for me, I don't know, man. I can't. I think it's the disgust, what I feel for them extends. That's even when I don't want to. I'm not able to control extending as APC. So we have our job called out for us, and thanks to Dr. Mo, thanks Mr. AA, thanks to Mr. Unemeka, our brother that was here earlier, Idris, and everybody on the space. I think it's probably it's never going to be a fair place to end the space, but at this point I think we've gone like 1 hour 45 minutes above the normal time, but it was worth it. Today was like, I think this was one of how I say now, diverse deep space, because all the topics were quite diverse. In fact, now I'm just looking at like Saddam, how you bring this kind, each of these topics on their own can be topics separately, and there will not be enough time. But even as diverse as they were, we're able to touch all of them thoroughly. So thanks to everybody that were able to make. Apologies to those that couldn't speak, and please let's keep doing what we are doing. Over to you, Saddam.
Thank you very much, my brother. Well-being Nigeria, guys. Thank you very much, our esteemed listeners, our esteemed speakers today. I think Well Nigeria just summed everything up. We could have taken any of these topics and set the whole space on it, and we wouldn't even have time to do it. And I wish, especially to our Edo people, many of you did not have a chance to speak today, but the elections is still up out there. We're still going to have spaces for you guys to always come up and speak, and general space also for the obedience. We'll keep doing what we have to do, thank you to these wonderful people that came up and shared their wealth of knowledge with us today. I just sat back and, nostalgia feelings, mixed feelings, laughing, angry, sad, just despondent. I've had all reactions all through this space today, and it's just been it. So I really, 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 I know I'm going to go back tomorrow and sit back and replay this space, because I always say this, that the replay value of the violence space is golden. It is golden. You will always come back and you will always get something from the wealth of knowledge that has been passed on this platform. Thank you guys for always sharing this platform with us. I am so grateful, my brother, William Nigeria. Thank you. I can't, please, those that could not speak today, as I always say, it's not intentional. It's just that we have to always have a time cap to these spaces. To all our speakers today, thank you guys. We'll be back hopefully next week Tuesday. But I just want to wrap up on this note. This is against so many people that have been in my DMs. So many people have reached out to me the past couple of days. Some people have reached out to me. Please, Saddam, don't say anything. Don't say anything. But I will have to say something about this. I know many people also on this platform really trying to listen and ask and wonder. You see, in this movement, I will start from the fact that for the past 2 years that the violence space have been up and running, we have successfully termed this platform an obedient echo chamber. And it's not as if you have been a violencer from day one, you know that we started these spaces having different views. We used to have APC people on this space. We used to have PDP people on this space. We used to have this banter. The space used to be hot. At the end of the space, people will be going back home. These people, it is the same thing they say every single day. So it got to a point whereby we asked ourselves, what are we really doing here? Are we trying to open up a debating space whereby we come in with people that do not care about the country, or people that just want to have a say, or people that are paid to come and defend the system, or want to have a space whereby Nigerians, well-meaning Nigerians that identify themselves as obedient, can come together and speak? Because when you go on these other people's platforms, they never give a chance to speak. And I think that's what we created here, and it has been going on so far, so well. So if you've known me for so long, I'm trying to go somewhere as I wrap up this space, is that I have always used to go on those spaces, but I had to stop, because at the end of the whole day, spaces for me is, if I somehow my space hours that I've put into this movement, it's incredible. It's incredible. It's not even something that we can, it's unsurmountable. So I have space fatigue. My brain self, they shake to go on space. So alone, the one I spend on violence space alone is enough. I just, if I get space trauma, if I see space itself, I get space, my body, they shake. You understand? So I cannot even, so most times we don't understand. So I mean, all these spaces, you don't understand back-to-back years of spaces. There are time we're doing 5 spaces a week, and back-to-back hours. The time we're doing spaces, 14 hours. Crazy times we did on this space, pushing narratives, defending the movement. So for some of us on this platform, and with that we grew so big, and we got enemies. We got enemies from, I became the enemy number one of the children of the roasted corn and the PDP, because by God's doing and by the fact that you guys understood the message we're doing here, Violence Space has been the biggest political platform in Nigeria. Ban on. And we have been doing the numbers back to back, the interactions, the kind of minds that come up here, the kind of conversations we have shaped here, the places this conversation has gone to the point that we can categorically say and state that the Aso Rock Villa itself is tuned into this platform. They know of the Violence Space. So when you go to the cyber crimes unit division, you go to the DSS, you go to the Interpol, they all know of Violence Space. Go there and ask and verify. They will tell you. We grew and we have done great things, and we'll keep doing more. And so with that, we became the enemies number ones of PDP and APC people. And at the same time, unfortunately, some obedience. Because as I will always say, in this movement, we are grouped with different kinds of people. We have the good, the bad, the ugly. And with this violence space, some have reached out to me personally and said, Saddam, you spoil work for us. Many people would have used the obedient movement to do so many crazy things, but there is a space that will drag you. There's a space that will call you out. There's a space that will bring you to check, no matter how many billion of followers you have. Because I'm not in this movement to make friends. Neither am I here to chase clout. Neither am I here to become celebrity or star. Those that know me outside, that know me, with the little fame or with the little name that Saddam has made. If I'd gone back to what I was doing, I would not get fans. I would have monetized what this movement is. But most of us, I just chose to that part because for me, it is my own contribution to making sure that I can see a better Nigeria in my lifetime. And so for me, I take this movement like a lifetime job. And I take protecting the image of Peter Obi like a lifetime job. So if I'm fighting an APC or a PDP bigot attacking Peter Obi and I'm obedient to go and attack Peter Obi, I will attack you. If you pain, you die. Because for me, I see that man as the only person that is going to save this country. And that is where I put my own. So if you feel like you want to join the children of the roasted corn, with all the attacks Reno is giving him, Buana is giving him, you don't have your own sense to think that this man is a human being. You also want to attack him. You attack me, I will attack you. I see your attack on that man as an attack on me. I will attack you too. I don't come here to make friends. And so for that, because of that, you can please do a quick search on Twitter. I God bless my brother Harry. Harry is actually the one that I stayed sometimes in this movement and I look and ask myself the sacrifices and all what you have done for this movement. How many accounts I lost in this movement? If I didn't lose, I lost about 4 of my Twitter accounts. On this when you guys knew, then it was even back to back. I was going down until Harry came and took the job away from me. I felt so much relief in my heart that someone can also come out and play even more dirtier than I can even do. Because I was not even doing anything dirty. I was just trying to speak. But the system will always want to keep us down. And so for that, the past couple of days, I have been, and I'm saying this, I'm addressing, I'm going straight because maybe I'm in my DMs, and I'm not I say, no, you see me, for the past 2 months, for the past 2 years, you can insult me. Call me Saddam, you're a bastard. Saddam, you're mad. Saddam, you're this, Saddam, you're that. I don't care. I chop APC insult. APC open spaces on Saddam. APC open spaces on VawulenceSpace. APC open spaces on us. It is a normal thing. It is back to back. I'm used to that. But the moment you come for my reputation, me that I know on this platform, I have platformed virtually all the Labour Party candidates that came out and asked. Sir Kempela is here. I platformed him. Do I have your number, sir? No. I don't even ask. I don't want your number. I don't ask people. I don't ask people to follow. I don't ask people to help anything. I don't do back channel chat with politicians. I'm not coming out to claim that I'm wealthy or something, but I'm contented with what God has given me. And I'm saying this one more time because one idiot, one very stupid, very, very stupid idiot that thinks he can go on space, speaking up and down, calling my name up and down, he's claiming and obedient. I'm saying this, I'm not going to call your name, but you know yourself and you have friends. Go and tell him. If you have guts, tag Saddam and call criminal. Anywhere on the surface of the earth, I will pursue you and I will find you. And I'm saying this openly as a challenge to any person, obedient to APCO, PDPO. If you have anything on Saddam, bring it out. Pastor of the roasted cornhead is going to face his own. Every single person is going to face their own. You can insult me, but do not come for my reputation. I'm saying this once and for all. You come for my reputation because I'm doing what you don't like. You can insult me. If you come for my reputation, I will follow you anywhere you are legally. If it's the last blood in my vein, I will spill it to make sure I defend my name. Some of us are not We are not criminals. Some of us are not out here for fame. Some of us are not out here to show our faces or jump on spaces. No, we are here to fix Nigeria the way we can. And please, I don't need any sympathy. We are used to this. We are used to all these things. I just have to put it out there and clear this. Many of you don't understand what is happening, but those who understand what I'm saying here, understand what I'm saying here, and understand why I'm doing what I'm doing here. Please, guys, I just have to clear this out once and for all, because not tomorrow, APC and PDP children. If APC and PDP children call me criminal, Saddam be thief, I don't get a problem. Cost me, I know it's normal, it's part of the process. We're in this thing to change Nigeria, we will deal with these kind of things. But if you have anything, all of you people, soon we will expose him. If you're born of a woman and you don't expose Saddam soon, that's soon. Let me keep quiet. Today is my mother's birthday. Guys, thank you very much for joining us. I will just wrap up my little band today. Please, guys, today is my mother's birthday. Help me wish happy birthday. I'm sorry for my rant. You guys, I don't do this normally on here, but it's just
Don't be sorry.
I have to just clear this
Happy
out of my
birthday
chest
to your
because
mama. And you know, say your mama birthday.
Happy birthday, Momsy.
my mark turns 68 today, man. So may she say I just had to clear this out of my chest and just please, guys, thank you very much for the support, for the love and everything. I'm just overwhelmed for the past couple of days, but I have to put it out there for once and for all. God bless you guys for always supporting us on this platform. I always say, without you guys, there is no us. You guys understand the assignment. Understand, I'm not here. I say it all the time. I'm not here for friendship. I'm here to help build Nigeria. If you're working with us, we work together. But if you come for P2B, I will come for you. No vex. That's why I see my life. I'm not happy where I am. I want to be in Nigeria also chilling. It's not good. We forget that we're in diaspora and everything. No. We want let's fix our country. Let us come home and eat Isiewu, drink palm wine. It is possible. That man is passing through a whole lot. He can do better, yes. But you should not call him out and criticize him and insult him like a APC and Abado person because you have Twitter account. The Twitter account that you got popular because of his name. Now my papa be that too. No, your papa, now my papa be that. Thank you. Guys, God bless you guys. Thank you, my brother Welby Nigeria one more time. Dr. Mo, Mommy Bolande, thank you. My brother Jimmy down there, you did not say anything today. I don't even know why. But thank you so much. Kaduna resident, Miss Barriat. My sister, it's good to have you and see you. Thank you to the VawulenceSpace team, cast and crew. And I say God bless you guys because people don't understand the sacrifices. Some people are every day for the past 2 years. We stream these spaces. Every day we are streaming on our radio station 24 hours every single day. People are putting in their money and resources every day to make sure these conversations go as far and wide as possible. We will not allow anybody just come up and mess up our name or our brand. Thank you guys so much. Honorable Kempela, God bless you. My brother Joe the Obedient, thank you so much. Barrister Julia, thank you. Non-conformist, my brother, thank you so much. Omega XD, Naomi, Anka Dede, Dr. Hekena, Liberty Champion, Mazi Injenje. Thank you so much, sir.
Saddam, I'm so sorry. I had parent meeting today with my kids. I'm so sorry. Violencers, I've been listening. That's why I've been listening. I'm so sorry. I had to attend to the boys, man. I'm so sorry. But yeah, back to you.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you. God bless you, Jared. I hope they're all good. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. I'm just going back to my roll call. Kolade, thank you, my brother. Under structure. Oluwadami, Naira, Olawaski, Chike, Madonna G. My brother B. Rookie, Wilfred, my cartoonist, thank you so much. Dr. Lou, Dr. Mrs. Dr. Mary White, thank you so much. Gladys Okeke, thank you. Mr. Strong's Adigwe, incoming virus, High Scent, Adowere, Happiness, is the first son. Anze P, thank you. Otumba DK, thank you. Tony Estate, Seyon, Tem, Bombastic, Amoda, Duchess. My brother, is in Namdina. Wow, thank you so much, Hesley. Ikena, thank you. Mama Wakiri, thank you so much. Mugzi, Balakti, Gregory, Nos Raydan, Grace, Health is Wealth. Fatai, my brother, thank you so much. IK Julius, wake up, 1 million man, Matt Space. I see you guys in the building. I think that's a big mark. Thank you so much, Ponty.